Hello.
Oh. Hang on. Wait, hang on. I need to beat Corin. I refuse to lose. I Minecraft Steve.
Oh my god.
This is the best 2 out of 3. Final match.
Edie said he has to take a shower, but he'll be here, so just go on without him.
Alright. So, as I can see, a bunch of you have, that brand new emote came in. I'm surprised. The Vixity, I believe is his name. He got that done super fast, and yeah, I love how that emote came out. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep that one around for a while because I really like that one. It's basically now our new rage emote, so yeah. Yeah. So, for how tonight's structure is going to work, we're gonna finish the game up, then we're gonna go through all the memes in the playthrough, and then we're gonna do our final discussion afterwards, just so we aren't holding, memes kind of quote-unquote hostage until the end of the discussion, because I definitely feel like that's gonna get pretty long if our Danganronpa 2 and V3 playthroughs are anything to go by. Yeah, that discussion's gonna take a while, so...
Lots of opinions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, so it is 6:30, so I think we are all good to go at this point.
Yeah! 6:30! I didn't beat Corin!
Seriously, right as it ends, okay.
Yes. Yes, it is 6:30 and Corin dies. Minecraft Steve, baby! You die to Minecraft!
Right.
You know, you dumb tippers! Hi, Patrick, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Alright.
Alright, let me go get my bottles of water!
Yeah. Speaking of that, while we are waiting for that, does audio sound good and all that? I know there was a little bit of weirdness with the last session.
Yeah, I checked last session, Jason, you were pretty slow.
It's weird, because, like, I didn't get that on my end at all.
Same here.
Maybe I'll just turn Jason up a little bit on my end.
Patrick, that statement should not have come out of your mouth.
Hmm?
Maybe I need to turn Jason up. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Eh.
Hi everybody. How do I sound compared
Okay,
to?
sorry. Lower the Discord call so that Pat is a bit louder. Okay, well then just tell me to turn my own volume up then on that one. That's easier to do on that. So, okay. Turn it up a little bit more. All right, that should be good. We all good now, chat? Yeah. On that. So I just want to make sure this is all good before we start. So you guys could also talk to make sure on that.
I am upset with you guys. I loaded up Discord this morning. I done get done with my stuff. I looked at the chat because there was a lot of stuff going on. I see Alex linking the first episode of Thomas the Tank Engine. And my mind just went, you guys talked about Thomas the Tank Engine, and I wasn't there. I was very upset.
Alright. Well,
I'm a Thomas stan.
Alright, anyway, let's go.
Order! 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 It seems that the defense has perfectly proven its claim. Ow.
I've been sick.
This witness had told an entirely false testimony.
Oh god, I've been on this bench lying here for an entire weekend.
When the evidence that gets you is a cat.
Yeah. Quite so. He has done a splendid job proving as such. Just as he's done a splendid job proving his legal assistant's unforgivable sin of forgery. However, that is all there is to it.
What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks?
Even if this man's committed an egregious crime of perjury, we still cannot call him a murderer. Quite right. What? It's true, I was at the crime scene then. And then, I was shot in the arm. That is all. Yes. In fact, you should be consider me a victim. What? A victim? Seriously? But right now, there's no evidence that decisively proves that he's a murderer.
But, you know, I think it's already too late for him.
Iris?
After all, once the door has been open, there's no turning back for anyone. Like that cat. Except he turned back. Wait a minute. Right, Ryu?
Iris, I don't think your metaphor is working in this situation right now.
Well, guy, why do you have to go back in the door?
Why do you have to prove me wrong?
Holmesy always says this one thing. Lies always begins more lies, see through one, and their whole story falls apart. Or was it something that I wrote? I have to copyright that.
No, Iris, you're absolutely right. Mr. Crowgray, you've done more than just commit perjury. I think Jason said I'm hearing a little echo from, right now. Because I can hear myself.
What?
Jason, I think I can hear a little echo coming in from... Yeah, I'm hearing echo coming in from your end, so...
What?
Yeah.
Jason died.
I said Jason died.
How about now?
Not hearing it anymore, so I think we're good. Alright. After all, those lies were impossible from the start.
Oh, wait, hang on. Actually, I think I know what it is. I remember at one point I was talking to someone else on Discord, they were low, and I realized my Discord was actually low, so I had to turn up my volume. So let me tell you.
That was probably from, what was going on from Friday's session then.
Yeah, then let me turn you guys down
Alright.
on my end.
They were impossible? What do you mean? Within your lies, you revealed something that you shouldn't have known. Therefore, there is a fundamental contradiction within your words. What? Objection. How very amusing, attorney. Let's hear it then. Tell us about this so-called contradiction. It's just like Iris said. See through one lie, and their whole story falls apart. Mr. Crowgray wasn't supposed to know about a certain something. The great contradiction caused by this... Third gun, the peephole, the cuts... Yeah, the cuts bloodstain... Wait... Hold on. I think it's the bloodstains on this one, because he should have known that. Or is he just... Wait.
No, like...
No,
okay,
hold on. Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, I just remember, because otherwise he's just gonna say that's, the victims on
Yeah,
this
what was his claim before? What was Crowgray's claimant before?
the peephole would be it, then. Because, hold on, I want to see... I'm gonna examine the pictures again, make sure both of them did not have the peephole. Okay, it looks like it's... Is it there in that picture? I can't tell.
I think it's supposed to be there.
Okay, yeah, because I can, like, faintly see it on that one. Okay, just...
I think you can better see it if you have the Android version or something.
Oh, wait, I got a magnifying glass. I can totally... Okay, yeah, it's there at that point.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay, so...
Oh yes, this magnifying glass that... How much did they use?
Well, okay, I think the people would have to... Let's see. I'm just trying to think, because I think with the code's blood, I think that one will just go back to, like, who the victim is in this case.
Well, Patrick, think about this. Crowgray's claim before was that he saw the murder happen, and you just proved that the people the people that were there was made was Susato made it.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore he knew about something that he shouldn't know about.
Yeah, okay. I think I was psyching myself out on that one. The most important thing here is that isn't that he told a lie. It's why he was able to tell the lie. I'm afraid I failed to understand. In case, let me ask you one thing. Mr. Crowgray, how did you know? How did you know that the peephole on the door even existed? Really? You should. That should be obvious. Oh! Oh no.
Well, whatever is the matter? Why the sudden silence?
That peephole was created after the crime. After I let those robbers slip away, I returned to the shop. The Scotland Yard arrived almost immediately after, and ever since then, that pawn shop has been under investigation by the police. I believe I'm not mistaken, Inspector Gregson.
No, you are absolutely correct. The pawn shop was stuffed full of those pledges in order to make it through all of them. We scheduled shifts so that an officer was always present.
So naturally, Mr. Crowgray wouldn't have been able to enter the crime scene. Thus, you shouldn't have known about the existence of the peephole.
No.
It should have been absolutely impossible for you to testify about it. Objection. However, there's no denying that he testified about it. He stated that the witnessed the crime scene through it.
Just how could that be possible?
I beg your pardon? Oh,
yeah, that
Yeah.
was me. I honestly forgot who was here.
okay.
I beg your pardon. May I ask you something, Lord Van Zeeks?
What do you want, Inspector Gregson?
No. It's about time I give my report to the yard. I have something else I'm able to testify about. So if you will excuse me.
You have not been given permission to lead the stand, Inspector Gregson.
What?
I am telling you that you are not to be excused, Inspector. Until this trial is over, you will not be stepping away from the witness stand.
Understood.
Mr. Crowgray? You shouldn't have been able to know about that peephole. Which means you must have heard that information from someone else. Objection! Attorney, that claim of yours has a very significant, deeper meaning. I'm aware. The defense believes that Mr. Crowgray was able to claim that he witnessed the scene of the crime because he received information about it from a third party. And if I consider every clue that's been given me to now, it can be none other than...
Who in the blazes was this person? Who would have given the witness information that he could use to give false testimony?
I think I know it. It was you, Inspector Gregson, wasn't it?
Me?
Objection. On what grounds do you have to make this frivolous claim? In this incident, we've only known the name Rupert Crowgray for a few hours. After all, it only came to light during this trial.
There was an hour-long recess while we hastily prepared for another testimony. A bailiff went to the city's telegraph office and summoned this witness.
Before then, there's no way Mr. Crowgray could have imagined that he would have been brought to the witness stand before us.
Which means that at that point, he shouldn't have.
Right. I think it's safe to assume that he didn't know about the peephole. And then, when he took the stand, he learned that he was accused of being the third intruder. And that's when he was given the information about the crime scene. All in order to give self-serving false testimony. Exactly. And at the time, only one person involved with the investigation was available to him. That was Inspector Gregson!
What on earth? Why do you think I would leak information to this man? Besides, I was in the judge's chambers during the whole recess. Quite so. He was briefing me on the events that occurred in the pawn shop.
Ergo, the first time these two met face to face was when the trial restarted. It's inconceivable that they would have had a conversation while at the stand. Ugh.
Oh, hey, I just remembered something.
Yeah, because they were they were talking with each other earlier.
They were conversating.
They were exchanging DMs.
They were asking each other for a link to their MySpace page.
Yeah. In order to collect Magundo's music box, the officer went to the crime scene. Oh, right, during that testimony. Yeah, because they were talking with each other. It caught my attention. Rogray and Inspector Gregson were talking about something. It's very possible that Inspector Gregson had been passing information at that time.
Ridiculous! I would not stand for your lies! Why would I, a proud inspector of Scotland Yard, have any reason to do this? There was no need for me to link important classified information to someone like him!
True, there would be no reason for you to just freely give up information for nothing. But what if you had actually struck some kind of deal? Doesn't that make a little bit more sense? A deal, you say? It's simple. In order to return the information about the people, Mr. Crowgray gave something to the inspector in return.
An inspector of the yard made a secret deal with a witness. If that's really true, it will be an inexcusable breach of trust. Well...
Objection. Typical. I suppose you Japanese are just accusing others of things they didn't do. What? No, we definitely are not. You tread too far down this path to hell now, Japanese boy. The Reaper will not grant you passage with mere baseless claims. Pay the fare with evidence. Evidence? What did this inspector stand to gain from this secret deal? Present the proof of the deal that they struck.
Do you have an idea?
I think so. If Inspector Gregson really made a deal with Crowgray, then there's only one thing I can think of that he would ask in return.
Ryu, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Oh, Gregson is getting more than just fired. Big. Yeah. That's what finally ties us all together.
The court orders the defense to present evidence. What evidence shows that the inspector received return for the information?
I think it's gotta be the disc at that point, like, for whatever the information was on that kind of deal. Yeah. Inspector Gregson! You're pursuing another important incident alongside this one, aren't you?
What's with this all of a sudden?
Let's talk about the secret pursuit a little bit more. Would it be related to the incident that this newspaper is reporting? Classified information from the British Empire telegrams that have been leaked into enemy nations?
And just why do you?
A short while ago, the music box that McGundle had pledged 2 months ago was discovered. It's a rather unique box, made to play 2 discs at once. And is it possible that the secret information has been engraved onto the 2 discs? So in order to obtain the second disc in absolute secrecy, you made a deal with Mr. Crowgray and exchanged information on this disc.
No more! Order! Order! Order!
On the day that the crime occurred, you said this when I met you in the pawn shop.
I'm a fan of Care Bears, and every single one of those are precious child that I must protect. If I ever catch you making fun of Care Bears, I'll gut you, mate.
What the hell?
Her.
The police already knew it at the time, didn't they? Magundo was connected to the theft of that information!
The duty given to me was to covertly retrieve the information stolen from the government's telegrams. It was high profile, top secret government information, so I couldn't let anyone know.
And that is why, when I moved to present this evidence, you strongly opposed my doing so. You knew that this sensitive information was inscribed on the disc.
No! Well, I didn't have any concrete proof, but I had to at least consider the possibility that it held that information. Then, I don't believe it! In order to get that second disc, you gave the witness confidential information about the investigation? You aided him in giving false testimony?
The fact that Mr. Crowgray knew about the existence of the peephole can only be explained if they struck some kind of deal! You damned filth! Objection! If we for a moment consider this ridiculous claim the truth, that would mean that this second disc currently resides within this courtroom. Wait a minute, this courtroom? How can you be so confident about that? Because Gregson here is the inspector of the odd. Huh?
Lord Van Zeeks.
A genius inspector like him makes calm and calculated decisions, no matter the situation. Do you honestly believe that he would accept a verbal contract as the fruits of a negotiation? There would be no exchange should he not actually receive the item that he was bargaining for.
Oh, that means he should have it on him this very moment! The second disc is in his possession!
Sir! If we search Inspector Gregson, all will become clear!
That's right. After all, the only time they could make a deal with it is during Jean-Vein's testimony. And Toby hasn't left the stand since then.
The defense requests an immediate search of his belongings.
And how do you respond, Inspector? I believe this man's claim to be an insult to Scotland Yard. But it will let me clear up these baseless doubts. Then you can go ahead and search me.
You'll just let us? He's really contesting to this search?
Consenting.
Exchange student, someone like you should understand this. We have no choice but to view this as a challenge against the entirety of Scotland Yard. If perchance no disc is found during the search, then the trial will instantly be suspended on the questioning of your suitability as an attorney. British government will no doubt issue a formal complaint against your country. A formal complaint?
A lone exchange student, blaspheming the name of our unparalleled Scotland Yard. Such an act would be something we could not possibly ignore.
You're all just trying to scare him.
It should go without saying, but the resolve you require to make such an indictment. Certainly. I can't imagine the inspector would make a deal with only a promise to walk away. He must have already received the disc from Kroger, but something is seriously bothering me.
They find about 20 insufficient chips in his coat.
See, it was never... It never was for the actual disc. It's just a really, really expensive Long John Silver's gift card.
Long John Silver's? Pat, we want good fish and chips. Please give us your final answer.
Okay, then to the local pub, then.
There we go.
Yes, my lord.
Does the defense wish to formally request that Inspector Gregson's belongings be searched?
think search someone else, because Gregson was really confident that... I'm gonna say search someone else. The defense requests a body search.
What in blazes?
Do as you wish. Truly, such an obscenity of characteristic from the Japanese mindset. And soon you shall come to realize the true outcome of your way of thinking.
Understood. I will neither run nor hide. Very well then. Bailiff! Examine the inspector's belongings.
Objection! Inspector Gregson isn't the one I want searched. What?
Don't be foolish, boy. Isn't it me that you're trying to indict?
Actually, I have my eyes on someone else.
What are you on about? You're spouting nonsense. There is no reason to agree to such a senseless search.
Cut it out! Fuckers. Ryu is mustering up the resolve that you all just keep going on about. First, we should respect that resolve, and then we should respond in good faith. That's the British Empire I know.
Oh, wow, your British Empire is a lot different than my view of the British Empire.
Do it for the little girl!
Indeed, your words ring true. The court is willing to respond to the defense's resolve. No, please, my lord, you can't!
Assuming I haven't mistaken anything to this point, there's only one person who could possibly have the disc right now.
Who does the defense what body searched?
Okay.
You know, for a split second, because of the way you scream once, I thought you clicked on Iris.
She's obviously hiding it.
The ultimate plot twist! Search the little girl!
Okay, so... Because it can't be Gregson at that point. I don't think the 10 pillars are in on it either, so I think it would have to be Krogray at that point. The defense requests that Mr. Rupert Krogray be searched.
Very well. Will you comply, witness?
But of course. Bailiff performed a simple search of the witness. A few minutes later, the search revealed that he had no suspicious items on his person.
Nope, it's not him.
Whoops!
Yeah. I didn't have it.
No, you.
Oh shit, go back, go back!
Oh fuck, go back. Flashbacks, we've been using Citra for this with Citra, which is a 3DS emulator, and the English patch for it. So I don't think it's on Gregson because he's been so confident on that. Is it one of the... Who's the other person? Hold on. Would it be Gina at that point? Because she was the only other person that was up there at the time.
Just think about what you've seen so far.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Because the only other people that have been up there have been Gina and the 10 pillars at that point. Because those
Hey,
are...
Patrick, let me ask you a question.
Yeah?
Do you know about the Lombax secret? I believe one of these people know about the Lombax secret.
Oh, yeah. Okay, he was my second guess on that one.
The fact that it works is what gets me.
Chat, you know what to do. That person is Nemi Timpeller.
What?
You what? Me?
You? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain that man and perform a thorough search of his person at once. Milord, please, I beg you to stop this. Inspector Gregson? Scarlet Yard itself objects to this search.
Objection! Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objection won't stand.
What? What?
The only people permitted to raise an objection in this court are the prosecution and the defense.
But Lord Von Zinks!
Well, I don't know what higher power you're being held underfoot by. I have no interest of opposing this search.
Bailiff, please! Excuse me. Bailiff, please begin the search!
Oh shit, bruv!
What's this about the non-back secret?
Wait, yes, I got the fucking idea about this.
We'll finally know about the long back
Nothing
secret!
about no disc. Get away from me! Ah! Inside the witness's pocket. What? Why is this here?
The non-back secret!
It's right there! We finally found it!
Somebody take this and just put the Dimensionator at that point, please. Come on.
What? That's...
Yet another music box disc, isn't it? What? How did he get there?
So about that British Empire being all righteousness stands.
Yeah. Full of bullshit. That's the second disc left behind by McGundle. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Do you know the back secret? Okay, it was my second guess.
Well, it was like, it had to be one of the people next to him. Like, if it wasn't, like, Lemmy was originally my guess, but I was like, is Lemmy in on it? Like, kind of deal? Like, that's what I was thinking on that, but yeah.
Order! Order! Order in the court! What in the devil is going on?
What's going on? What the heck is going on here? I ain't got the funkiest idea of what this thing is, bruv. I swear I'll be dead bomb!
Now hold on just a minute. What does this all mean? As I recall, Inspector Gregson was the one who struck a deal with the witness, no?
I believe so.
Still, I don't understand. Why did this man have the love back secret that Inspector had confiscated?
Usually Inspector Gregson is calm and composed, but just a little while ago there was something unnatural about him.
What was it? Oh!
That moment was during Mr. Crowgray's cross-examination.
Yeah, it was that moment.
At that moment, Inspector Gregson started violating Chicken's stomach.
Oh, that secret! Tell me! Tell me! Do you know the secret?
I did not think that this... I did not think the Ratchet and Clank joke was going to be the main thing for the DGS finale. Oh my gosh. That's right, bruv. I thought I could, we might have goodbye. All I could think about at the moment was, I wish I was in trolley right now. What exactly was going on at the time? I know. I just grabbed by its collar and started shaking it around like it's my laundry. Said Miss Funklight, like, why didn't you mention the third gun or something like it? This inspector started screaming right in my ear. Yeah, they still ringing even now, bruv. That moment, Inspector Gregson wasn't the same cool, composed inspector we know. And, thinking about it, that was the only time it could have happened. It was the only time Inspector Gregson could have hidden the disc that he was carrying.
What did you say? He hid the disc? I simply don't understand. If the inspector's goal was to retrieve the disc, then why would he hide it in someone else's pocket? This is a court of law. If he just submitted it as evidence...
I have a feeling that this wasn't an option for the good inspector.
But why?
Before, he claimed that he was on a mission.
Top secret?
What was stolen as a confidential telegram from the government of the British Empire. It seems submitting it to court as evidence will create a major scandal. Is this correct, Inspector Gregson?
I'm working under orders from the government. I'm afraid I can't answer that question.
In the case of this extremely unlikely event that you were seized and searched, you hoped for a chance to hide the disc somewhere else.
Oh! Then perhaps...
Inspector Gregson pretended to shake Nemi. He did this in order to hide the second disc.
He pretended? What is the meaning of this, Inspector Gregson? And you too, Mr. You know what? Eggs Benedict. You don't deserve your last name. Do you both confess to taking part in some manner of deal?
You know, why are you surprised that Krogray would do this?
Yeah, like...
Like, I understand Gregson, but...
But, like, he's proven at this point that he gave a faulty testimony or whatnot, so... Confess? Who? You mean me? Mr. Krogray? Let that Japanese over there think of what he will. However... You have no evidence that I'm the one who gave the disc to the inspector. Objection! But... You can't prove a reason why you knew about the people at the scene of the crime! I have no obligation to tell you anything. Huh? Certainly, I lied in my testimony. I'll admit to that much. I'm prepared to face the consequences. But I'll say no more. Murder, government secrets, and a secret deal to boot. It's all the whimsical machinations of this Japanese boy's own imagination. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. What?
Still love the animation, man. It never gets old.
Which one?
The one where he flies back into the wall.
Then Inspector Gregson, what about you? Do you admit to making a deal with Rupert Krogray?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as an inspector of Scotland Yard, I have little else to say. I have been operating under the honorable Great British Empire in the pursuit of justice. Therefore, as representatives of the fine citizens of our empire, I wish to request that you pass an honorable verdict. This is quite a difficult situation. It's rare that the trial reaches such a standstill just before the end. 80. This time, if there truly is no more evidence to deliberate over, then I must request our 6 jurors pass a final verdict. Okay, he's still muted.
Okay.
Excuse me. The words of one who has devoted his life to protecting his country carry a great weight.
I believe in the Inspector. He has the eyes of a faithful servant.
No matter how much I cross my eyes now, I can't see anything stereoscopically anymore. As a professional myself, I want to believe in his words.
Mr. Crocray truly is incredible. Oh, if only I could be just like him. Splaighty!
That inspector eyes I can trust. That is all I know. This is bad. All 6 jurors. They all trust Inspector Gregson if they hand down a verdict now.
Then Jamie will declare guilty, won't she?
If we can't present some kind of decisive evidence right now, then it's all over. We need evidence to force Crowgray to confess to the murder and robbery. Or evidence that will force Inspector Gregson to confess to making some kind of deal.
Well then, what does the defense have to say? Do you wish for the jury to hand down their verdict? Or has the defense prepared evidence that they wish to submit?
If I ask the jury to hand down their verdict, Gina is all but guaranteed to be declared guilty.
Then there's only one thing we can do. We gotta hit him with some evidence.
It's the big moment. What I say now will determine everything. Crowgray or Inspector Gregson? Who should I show evidence to? Okay. I gotta think this one through. Something that will tie. Are you able to pick either? Is there one for either one of them, or is there only one solution for this?
As far as I know, there's only one solution.
Because I gotta pick this one beforehand.
Let me check something real quick.
Check what?
I'm trying to think of who is it and which evidence.
Alright. I'll leave this to you.
How you been, Edie?
Been alright.
Hey, Pat, what did you just get?
The other disc for that. Oh! Oh, okay. I see. Inspector Gregson, there's one last piece of evidence I want you to look at.
Me?
If you wouldn't admit to your deal with Mr. Crowgray, then maybe we'll just inspect a certain piece of evidence very thoroughly.
Excuse me. What are you playing at?
This is a home stretch. I need to present something here and now. Something to force the inspector to admit to the existence of their deal. I think it's gotta be the music box, because when we play the 2 discs, then that will force it.
Is this Mr. Pagondo's music box?
There's already 1 disc inside the music box. I want to listen to the sound it makes one more time. But this time, I want to insert the newly discovered 2nd disc as well!
You mean this disc? No, you can't! Hold it! I cannot allow you to do that!
Why not?
Because you see, it has no bearing on this case at all, I swear!
Objection! You're wrong!
How dare you!
Earlier, the defense made the following assertion, that the sound was played from this music box was a part of a transmission in Morse code. Morse code is comprised of 2 sets of sounds. There's a chance that this disc contains the 2nd set of sounds. It's our duty to find out for sure.
But remember, we're dealing with top secret information from the British government. If we happen to make that information public, it would be tantamount to treason.
It sounds like you better admit the truth then. admit you made an illicit deal in hopes of promoting this confidential information.
Why, you... Well, if you do plan to leak top secret government information, you'd be making a very powerful enemy. You face the might of the British Empire!
Objection! You, being an inspector, knowingly leaked secret information to the witness! If you even resorted to your lives in order to carry out your mission, why should I have to pull any punches?
Are you mad?
Do I look fucking mad to you? I'm prepared to make any enemies I have to in order to protect my client. My lord, I have a request. Please let us listen to the music box right away.
Lord Van Zinks, I'm begging you! You got to stop this madness!
Objection.
Leg.
Inspector, I thought you would understand my way of doing things by now. I am a prosecutor. I am no mere pawn of the police force.
What?
So long as I stand here, I will stop at nothing in order to find the truth.
Confound it! I can sympathize with each of your positions. Now, with respect to the defense's request, we shall once again listen to the sound generated by this music box. What in the world will happen when we insert both discs and play them simultaneously?
I love that shot. I love that shot a lot.
Yeah.
Whoa.
There's no doubt anymore. It's Morse code.
Hold it! Okay, fine, I get it! It's all true, but please! Turn it off!
We got him. Inspector Gregson, let's make this absolutely clear. You made a deal with this witness, yes?
In exchange for this disc, you gave him information on the crime scene. Specifically, you told him about the peephole in the storeroom door. I deny nothing.
Hey, hold on! What do you think you're doing?
All of that Japanese boy's assertions, they're all correct. When the trial resumed, this man stood next to me at the witness stand. Then, he turned to me and offered me a deal.
Shut up! Shut up! Pardon me, sir. You must be the inspector I met at the pawn shop, are you not? See, I am currently in possession of what you wish to seek. What do you say? Are you willing to make me a deal? If you refuse, this information may end up being revealed to the world.
No matter the cost, I couldn't bear to let that stolen information be leaked. Thus, I agreed to his deal and gave him the information he needed. I revealed to him the existence of the peephole and the blood of the coat.
This witness tried to falsely testimony, all to frame my client for the crime. Inspector Gregson, you knew this, yet you still told him about the peephole.
I didn't need that! Dad, what?
What?
We get to hear, I hear my dad turn on the TV in a football game. I can hear 36 seconds left on the clock and the team is down by 3 points.
Everything's going to shit right now.
Gregson's mind right now.
Gregson's actually just like losing it right now mentally. Alright.
Indeed I did. Who knew that the peephole was made after the crime? You would ask the lead inspector for this case. I had no idea.
What do you have to say for that, Rupert Crogray? There's nothing left for you to hide behind. You made a deal with Inspector Gregson to escape the punishment for your crimes. This can lead us to only one conclusion. You, Rupert Crogray, are the third intruder of this crime scene. You are the murderer! You killed Hatch! What in hell, you traitor! Oh my god! Oh my god! Don't shoot! Oh my god!
Bailiff! Hurry and restrain that man! Quickly now!
This man was about to murder in court.
Thanks, Brandon.
That's it. It's all over. Death would be preferable to another day in the sun. We were at the almost bottom of the ladder. Cursed the day I was born into a tradesman. My parents did nothing but argue every single day. I never even seen money before. I resolved myself to my study as hard as I could, also I could escape from that life.
And then you became a telegraph. You made a commendable effort.
But despite all that, you stole state secrets and tried to sell them. What on earth drove you to do such a thing? Isn't it obvious? I just wanted money. Even now, I wake up in the middle of the night, plagued by my dreams of the slums. I wanted so much money that I would have never had to worry about those nightmares again. And that is when I met him. And I met that wretched man, causing the gun revolution.
I could turn your skills into unimaginable profit. Trust in my plan. Together, we will have untold riches.
Gundel promised me a great sum of money in exchange for stolen confidential telegrams. As in one charge for routinely checking the ministry's telegram room as child's play.
Alright. You gave in to the devil whispering in your ear.
Stealing the government's classified information is no doubt a very serious crime.
I knew that. Took so many precautions in hopes that the deals would go smoothly.
That's why you resort to using a music box, I suppose.
My father was a bricklayer. He divorced my mother when I was young. Mortar Milverton. My father was very skilled with his hands, and he had once been the inheritance of a music box maker. It is no great feat in making a box that only plays Morse code. With that in mind, I visited the Hyde Street in search of my father. And then, for the first time in 10 years, we were reunited.
Look at you, Rupert. You've become such a fine gentleman. I almost didn't recognize you.
He was nothing like the man I knew. He seemed to be just a frail old man. No matter how deceptive he was, my father would never break the law. If I told him the truth, he would most likely not assist me. So I told him, I have something to ask of you. Would you be able to make a music box disc?
A music box disc?
I have a friend that composed some songs that he wants to sell at a pub. I have 2 scores here ready to transfer onto the discs.
Okay, I'll do it. Fair warning, though. It's been 20 whole years. The tools I need to make them are still up in the loft. Give me a moment.
And that was how classified information was encrypted and embedded onto those disks.
You divided the information. That was certainly cautious.
It was also a means to protect myself. The trades on the Gundle would be split into 2 transactions. For the first transaction, I would give one of the discs to the music box to play them. For this, I would receive 10 Guinness. The second transaction would be to trade the disc for 1,000 Guinness. So the murder on the omnibus happened in the middle of one of those second transactions? Yes. I sold him the information according to the plan we had agreed on, but it seemed he became uncomfortable over the price.
However, there is something I find rather strange. The one killed 2 months ago was not you, but your father, Mr. Mortimer Milverton.
When I received 1,000 guineas after our first series of trades, I gave my father 200 as a sign of my appreciation. But he was sharper than I thought. He appeared to have realized that the transactions weren't lawful.
Let me help you out with the next trade. And you won't let me. I cannot accept any more of your money.
To my father, it seemed the most logical course of action. I will board that coach in exchange for the second disc with Magundo for the money. My father never learned what was on those discs. It's impossible now for me to ever know what would truly happen that night, but... my father had the disc stolen from him, and he never returned home again. In that moment, I was painfully aware of Magundo's true nature. For the first time in 10 years, I finally uttered my father's name again. And then... I swore to take revenge. Revenge?
I'm sure anyone who knew Magundo could have imagined what would happen. He exploited his assets in order to break the law and influence his trial. Ultimately, he destroyed the integrity of that trial. Forging evidence, tampering with the crime scene, bribing witnesses to commit perjury, causing Magundo's travels nothing more than a paid-off deception.
That day, I had just arrived in London. I was dragged into that trial with no idea of his true nature. I had plenty of money saved up for all of our dealings. 2 months ago, I used them all to hire a certain man. Many Londoners would have stopped at nothing for that money. I learned that from Magundo himself. No way, Mr. Crowgray, you mean you... Yes, I suppose you guessed the truth. The moment he was acquitted for all his unbridled bribes, I ended that devil's life with my own hands! The accident 2 months ago was planned and carried out by yours truly. This is the one that murdered Magundo 2 months ago. It's this man. Jason?
Oh? This is much earlier than I was led to believe.
I'm very sorry, the plans have been changed somewhat.
Well, you heard the man. I must excuse myself now. I will be stuck inspecting the crime scene for a while yet, I am told. It seems that the omnibus will have to undergo another investigation given the circumstances. They said that they want me to be present for it, if at all possible.
Time for your roasting session.
So that bailiff back then was... Yes, I bought out the real bailiff and swapped him with a fake. McGundle's twisted trial with his money. He brought and used someone to plant that fake evidence in the omnibus. Then he threatened the witness, forcing her to give falsified testimony. So I did the same thing to him. I covered that omnibus kerosene. I used fake bailiffs to send McGundle to the depths of hell where he belongs. The end. That's how I avenged my father's death.
How terrifying.
However, in all truth, there is one more thing that is bothering me. What? Of course, I'm referring to the second disc of which my father took.
Indeed. At the trial 2 months ago, there was actually no mention of his existence. In other words, the disc disappeared from the scene of the crime.
Something came to mind at the time. I suddenly thought the first time I had dealt with McGundle. Here's the first disc in the music box to play it.
I see. What a cautious method. In any case, here's your 10 Guinness, as promised.
What's this? Hatch's pawnbrokers?
It's the price ticket for pawnbrokers. They're awfully handy little shops. There is no need to name yourself. Simply show the pledge ticket and say the password. I have pledged a jewel there. Sell it, and you will receive 10 Guinness.
Quite an interesting use of pawn shops. I never thought of it like that.
Are you perhaps not aware, Master Corgray? To the city folk, London's pawnbrokers are the most trustworthy of sales deposit boxes.
If he had hidden my father's stolen disc on the spur of the moment, I realized that there was no doubt it would be in the pawnbrokers. And on that night, McGundle must have entrusted his pledge ticket to someone. To Miss Gina Lestrade. Now that I think about it, when I first met you in the pawn shop 2 days ago, you had a description of the defendant, didn't you? How did you know about her? At the trial, there was a pickpocket who was clearly telling fabricated testimony. It was obvious to me that she was threatened by McGundle to do his bidding. Thus, it was very likely that she had pledged a ticket. I found all I could about her just to be safe. I thought she may appear in the pawnbrokers on the last day to redeem the pledge. And then, as he predicted, Gina showed up. And that's what happened. I'm glad I at least managed to pin down the location of the pledges. However, the only codes and disc were in pocket inside the ticket. The important small box and the other disc inside were not part of that pledge.
A small box that had been surrendered 2 days prior.
If only I'd known that, then I would have had no reason to break in.
On the other hand, while we were proceeding with the investigation into the stolen intel, we discovered that Kasi McGundle was involved.
Inspector Gregson? It's good that he's still standing.
We had to get the information back before it became publicized at all costs. We were searching all of his belongings, and in order to pin it down as soon as we could. We at the yard started an urgent investigation.
When the inspector took the disc from me that day, I grew afraid. There was still a second disc in the music box inside that pawn shop. I had to get them back before the police got there first. That was my motive. And that's why you broke into Hatch's shop on that night. Alongside your old friends, the Tin Pillar Men. What happened that night can be nothing short of a nightmare. Old Nemi and Tolly were rummaging through the counter. I searched the shelves and third pledges and found the music box I gave to Magundo.
Inside it was a second music box disc.
As I placed it in my pocket, a wave of relief washed over me. But then, something happened I could never have expected.
I
think
think
this is
this
Hatch.
Hatch.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my. There we go. Who are your friends?
A gunshot rang through the shop, and I felt a sudden intense pain in my arm.
The bullet that Hatch shot went through your arm.
Yes, you are correct. And then, unfortunately, in my hand, I held a pistol that I had taken with me just in case.
Hang on, I gotta use the bathroom.
Alright. Before I knew what I was doing, I had reflexively fired a shot. I had never intended to actually aim the fleeing shopkeeper, nor did I plan to kill him. But Lady Luck certainly had it in for me, and that bullet hit. It passed straight through the man's back as he ran to the door into the storeroom. What a frightening turn of events! All it took was a single moment. I'm sure the tin pillars left without even the foggiest idea of what actually happened. I was frightened then. I ran from the shop. That is everything that happened at the pawnbroker's that night.
You called Magundo the devil. He uses financial power to twist the truth and run from his crimes and murder. However, what you did was no different. He who fights with monsters should see to it that he's not become one in the process.
And yet, that's exactly what I did.
It has been quite a long trial. But we have finally made the truth clear. Inspector Gregson, what is Rupert Corgray's current status? He is currently in custody and being taken down to the yard. He is under suspicion of the pawnbroker Hatch's murder and of leaking sensitive government information. Understood. Understood. And furthermore, Inspector, you will surely have to answer for your crimes as well. Of course, my lord.
In the end, you aided the culprit in attempting to escape his crime. Even if you did to carry out a greater duty. It was an unforgivable obstruction of justice.
Defendant Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah?
The court will now announce its final verdict. Is that acceptable, Foreman? Edie, this is you.
Oh yeah. Yes, my lord, the guard platoon is ready once and for all. We have without a doubt reached a single verdict.
Understood. Now, members of the jury, announce your verdict before this court.
Eat.
Da 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 da.
Yes! The century of Gina begins now! We finally did it, Ryu!
Thought we were done for more than once out there.
Ryu, you're the greatest attorney in the world.
Defendant, you still have much to answer for.
What's with that grim look?
Before you earn your freedom, you will still be charged with your other crimes.
What?
First and foremost, your false testimony at the trial 2 months ago. Second, your unlawful entry into Hatch's pawn shop. And finally, your attempt to claim Magundo's belongings as your own.
What?
Okay, well, real talk, I don't think so much that last one. I'm not sure about that last one because of the entirety of the pledge. If she knew about it, then I'm sorry. I think that's the pawn shop's liability at that point. Honestly.
Stupid pawn shop loss.
Yeah.
I didn't do any of that. You're having a laugh.
You wore that coat yesterday with a smile on your face, you little rascal.
Tish, looks like we can't have her over for dinner tonight.
I must say, however, never in my deepest dreams could I have imagined that Morse code could be carved onto a music box disc.
Indeed, it was a splendid attempt to utilize our blind spot. Oh, that does remind me. Our Japanese boy leaked that Morse code for all to hear right in this courtroom, no?
You really gonna try and... I make sincerest apologies. It was all so I could do in order to get Inspector Gregson to confess.
Danzig's would be that asshole. May I perhaps have a word about that?
What's that?
Regarding the sound played by that music box, I do wonder if that was actually Morse code.
What do you mean, Juror 5?
Well, you must know, I am an absolute Morse code fanatic. The words reveal themselves to me through a magical sound of dits and dots.
It sounds to me like you need like you need new spectacles.
I can personally confirm that what we heard earlier was only meaningless streams of noises.
What? There's no way! Those sounds weren't Morse code? Sorry, can we listen to it one more time?
Don't be absurd! There are government secrets on this!
This court was not the place to discuss the government's dispatch telegrams. Those men have planned to use encoded discs to trade with enemy countries.
I swear to God, if Krogure was just sending Magundo useless information, I swear to God.
As long as you have a confession of that from the culprit, no more is required of us.
I was really curious.
Defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah?
We're not gonna get an answer to that until DGS 2, are we?
Just wait. I must say, you truly did draw a bad lot in this incident.
You were thrust into a world full of forgery, bribery, and perjury.
Those are evils I will never wish to have to show a child.
I see it every day down at the slums.
Really?
No shit. It's not for those weak to get at the short straw.
Gina.
But I think I understand now. If I wanted this cruel world to change, I have to start by changing myself.
I see. Your heart is in the right place. I expect a great change for you in the near future. Now, in the case of the pawnbroker Hatch's murder, I will now deliver the final verdict for the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Not guilty!
No, not confetti.
Okay, so I saw this be discussed in the chat. And
Gun!
in terms of what Rupert did, his list of crimes is actually slightly up there with some of the other,
Yeah.
with with some of like the other people in the franchise.
Yeah, I think up there with probably really anybody in the first trilogy, like of the main villains in those games, kind of deal.
Yeah. And with that, court is now adjourned.
Woo!
Ever get the fuck out of here.
The judge going into the court is like, what the fuck?
We are both just standing here.
I like they waited for everyone else to leave.
I know, right?
We never
Hey, hold on. There's people back there. Hold up.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
yeah. Personally, I'm rather shocked, Japanese boy.
Also, you got your coat back. Sir!
Yeah, he put it to the crowd to
Yeah,
get it.
put his coat back. Although you managed to see through the deceptions of our nation. And you did this while defending another from our country, trusting and fighting till the end. It was a strange spectacle to play a part in.
I don't think it was strange at all. Whether you're from the Great British Empire or the Japanese Empire, the fact is that we're all humans remains the same.
There's once the reason I returned to this court. It was so I can once again cross blades with you.
Really?
When I first encountered you at that trial 2 months ago, I was forced to remember. I remember the Japanese man who gained my utmost trust only to betray me. Which side of him was the true him? I want to try to understand that man through you.
You mentioned that before. That Japanese man had betrayed you. What happened to you?
I have faith. The time for you to learn will come.
It's a game called DGS 2 that won't be translated for another year or two. I understand.
Alright. Eh. I left this court 5 years ago bearing the title of the Grim Reaper. I'll have to ponder what I'm meeting in court means for me. Till we come face to face again, Japanese attorney.
And now, it's all finally over. I don't see Iris around.
Sup?
Oh!
Oh.
Congratulations, Gina! I knew it was right to believe in you. I knew you weren't guilty.
You really? Believed in me till the bitter end. You're so weird.
Of course I did. How many times did I tell you I would?
This is the first time anyone's ever kept a promise to me.
Gina.
You know, I kind of realized something now. All my life has been back alleys and never given anyone an ounce of trust. That was because I was so afraid that I'll be betrayed. The more you trust someone, the more unbearable it is when they hurt you.
I think I know how you feel. That's how I felt during my trial 2 months ago, after all. The man I trusted betrayed me, and I felt like my heart had been ripped in half. But I realized something too. Putting your trust in someone else all starts with trusting in yourself. And there's honestly no greater joy than when you realize you were right to trust them all along. I was able to remember that because of you.
Really? I don't know why you think so.
I'm glad I chose to trust you, Gina.
Knock it off already! But I've been thinking about that a little too. You know, that maybe it was so bad to trust in someone for once.
Gina.
The way I see it, naruhodō, an attorney's worth is measured by the belief he has in his client. along with how much he can believe in himself.
Maybe your words are starting to finally get through to me. So, maybe I'm able to start being able to live up to the attorney you thought I could be. Excuse me.
How long are you two going to keep pretending I'm not here?
Is that?
Don't you be giving me that, Master Naruhodō. Do you have any idea how long I'm standing here in the corner holding my breath? I was ready to jump out and scream, ha ha ha, it's me, children! But you just had to mess that all up!
Oh, look, it's Holmes.
It's me, children!
Where's Holmesies?
Not with the mustache too, man. Weren't you supposed to be in the hospital?
Indeed, and I was. But I've broken my chains once again.
Huh?
Let's just say that I know 2 or 3 of the good director's weaknesses. He and I had a little chat, and he was more than happy to give me permission to leave.
That's gonna be a bit too far.
Who cares? Anyway, good work out there today, Master Naruhodō. You really fought tooth and nail. Let me, as a friend, be the first to congratulate you.
Thank you.
Great detective. More like dead weight detective.
What's that supposed to mean?
Put you in the right spot of trouble, you know, but you kept you snoring in bed.
Well, I suppose that shot did make me lose a fair bit of blood. Forgive me if I'm a little less lively than usual. Like my finger, cold as a corpse, isn't it?
Feel free to stop poking my neck, Mr. Holmes.
Anyway, I guess I should congratulate you too.
Jeez, you really sounds like you mean it.
I don't mean to scare you when I say this, but I have to wonder what happens next now that you've escaped the Green Reaper's guilty verdict.
Really sounds like you're trying to scare her, though.
Oh, that guy. The one who's supposed to bring death to anyone who gets a not guilty verdict against him.
Yeah, that's the one. And you know what happened to good old Magundal? Not that I especially care for the rumors anyway.
Well, I ain't bothered by them either. Not even a tiny bit.
Oh.
Cause the Green Reaper's supposed to be the god, right?
Well, maybe. Some religions probably have gods like that.
A god would be just fairly, right? Blokes like McGundle do awful things and they never get punished for it. Maybe this is just what it's all about. The bloke's just reaping the meanies.
You know, maybe right. But of course, it's always wrong to take someone else's life, no matter who you are.
I'm not like them. That's why I keep moving forward in my life. No looking back.
Good. It wouldn't be you otherwise, Gina.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, right. I forgot I hadn't actually said it yet. I'm glad to see that your innocence has been proven. Congratulations, Miss Gina. I truly mean it.
But...
Okay, I'm just getting a little paranoid. Let me just, yeah.
Paranoia is kicking in.
Hey, Holmesies! When did you get here?
Holmes down! Holmes down!
Thumbs out!
Jeez, I went all the way to the hospital to wait for you.
I was like, the trial's over! Holmes!
there.
Holmes! 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 Holmes!
Hey there, Iris. Sorry about that. But get a load of these two. You're not gonna believe this, trust me.
Huh? What's the problem?
So I disguised myself as bailiff and sneaked in, right? Imagine my shock when they didn't even bother to recognize me. Isn't that awful, Iris?
Well, it's not really their fault.
Huh?
Holmesies, you don't have anywhere near as much presence as you think. You'd be better to keep that in mind if you don't want to get yourself in the border later.
Okay, I will.
This is sad to watch.
But it really is a shame, huh? I was hoping we'd get to celebrate your victory tonight, Gina. But you won't be able to come home, will you?
Right, but I don't think I'll be coming back for a while. I've done my fair share of crimes, you know. Gotta make up that for now. Let's see, there was the breaking in, trying to nix that guy's pledge.
Even though that's the Hatch's shop's fault on that one. Let's not forget the whole pickpocket thing.
That ain't a crime, it's my job. Gotta keep it certified and all. No issues there.
Now she's just lying.
But maybe I should quit my job. Being in court made me think about maybe pickpocketing ain't right. That's probably why you became an attorney.
I was never a pickpocket to begin with, Gina.
I'm gonna change and swear it, and then I'm gonna make this place where all the back alley kids can live normal lives.
Well, I bet you can do it, Gina. What's with that chuckling for?
Nothing. Sorry.
Gina, son! The prison carriage is waiting for you in the back. Please get ready to leave immediately.
Oh. Then, I guess I'm off, everybody.
Alright, take care, Gina.
Naruhodō.
Yeah? Gina? Ah! Why'd you do that?
I haven't a clue. Times like these, I just don't know what to say.
Okay, that's a really bad habit, Gina. Don't do that.
I
Perhaps.
was off to express myself, so I hit you.
The words that you are seeking, perhaps the words you are seeking are words that you have never spoken before.
What?
At times like these, there are arguments saying thank you.
Yep. He's right, Gina.
Alright. Thanks. Thank you, Naruhodō. For trusting me through all this.
No, I should be the one thanking you. So, thank you, Gina.
We must protect that smile.
The strong must protect the sweet.
There she goes.
My, what a lively little pickpocket.
Oh, so guys, I bought the latest newspaper at the shop nearby. It's a special edition. Today's trial is all over it.
That was quick.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really damn fast.
Huge turnabout in today's trial. The girl is innocent. Take a look.
Should have shown us this before Gina left.
Sorry, I forgot. Oh, one more thing. I got good news and bad news for you.
Again?
Ryu, Holmesies, which one do you want to hear first?
Oh, well, I guess we'll go with the bad news first.
I won't listen to anything but good news.
Wow. Even here, your answers really show the difference between you two.
Leave me alone, please.
Well, I'll just start with the good news this time. The rain's finally stopped. That was a record-breaking deluge of a storm.
Good. We won't have to get drenched on our way home.
And what's the bad news?
The sea is especially rough today due to the rain. Things are so rough that the port of Dover and all the ships have been delayed at least half a day.
Huh? The port of Dover?
You got it? It's running for London Station right now. Maybe we can say goodbye to Susie before she leaves.
That's bad news.
But... There's no way we could actually catch a train to Port Dover right now.
Who exactly do you think I am, Master Naruhodō?
Mr. Holmes?
I've already arranged for a special limited express from London to down to Dover. If we go full speed ahead the whole way, we should be able to make it in time for dinner. I happen to know an inn that serves delicious paella with sole.
Wow, the great detective really does have a lot of influence.
You've got that right. Let's just say that I know 2 or 3 of the railroad company's secrets.
Huh?
All it takes is a little chat, and then they give me top-of-the-line service.
I wouldn't exactly advise you to keep such using methods to get your way.
Alrighty, off to Legend Station we go.
Gotta use that clout.
Once I showed up my cloud, they just bow down.
Yo, this man's got over 2,000 followers. Give him the VIP.
Some people are probably trying that, honestly.
It took a tad longer than anticipated.
There's an image I need to show you later, Jason, off the time, but...
Oh yeah,
Save
you probably
just in
save.
case.
Yeah, let me save again, yeah.
Hey guys, flip the Titanic.
Has that happened yet?
No.
No.
Susie's boat is probably leaving
No,
soon.
Not yet.
Susato. Hey! Oh, she's over there! Looks like she's reading a book.
Alright. Eat!
Hold it! Well, Susato, what are you doing?
Were you about to throw Google into the ocean?
Naruhodō, why are you here?
We came as fast as we could after the trial ended. I heard your ship has been delayed due to the rain earlier, so...
Oh, I see. Oh, but what about Gina?
She's fine. We won the trial.
I'm so glad. That's absolutely wonderful news.
What's that book you were about to throw into the sea? Is it the British Empire's Code of Law?
So you saw that. I have no right to have anything to do with the law. I decided perhaps it was my time to say my final farewell to it.
You're trying to leave law behind? Susato of all people?
Replace law with Google.
Perhaps.
Google behind.
What does that have to do with that people of yours, Mrs. Otto?
I tampered with the scene of the crime. I need to try to conceal that fact. The law doesn't take such an act lightly. Now that you mention it, how did you even get your hands on this? The night of that horrible incident occurred. You had invited Gina to dine with us. Yes, that was great fun. After a meal, Gina gave us a bit of a lesson. She taught us the basics of pickpocketing. She did. That's how I managed to swipe Ryū's armband.
Please consider avoiding that in the future. This is really important to me.
Hey, you didn't even realize it was gone. In a bit of mischief, I decided to slip this into my sleeve. Oh. Then I took to me to Hatch Pawnbrokers by accident.
It was an accident?
Then... Help! Mr. Holmes, help! He's been shot!
Forgive me, Master Naruhodō.
Okay.
After you left, Naruhodō, I couldn't help but be curious about the door.
The door to the storeroom?
I realized that if Gina was present, she must be inside the storeroom. And I suddenly remembered the device I had up my sleeve. I I was so worried about Gina that I had to check.
And that's why you made the peephole.
That peephole ended up a pretty clear photo. It's all thanks to Holmesy's automatic recording device.
Indeed, that turned out to be very important. When was the people made? The answer to that question would become a powerful tool. You realize that there was a necessity to leave a way to prove it.
And on the other side of the door was a scene even more frightening than I could ever imagined. It was then that I suddenly remembered. I recalled the trial from 2 months ago.
Cosney McGundle's child.
The criminal tampered with the crime scene and forced witnesses to tell falsified testimony. Back then, I felt that if I were forced to see the darkness of the British law. But then, I thought of something awful. What if some sinister man had done the same thing this time as well? From the state of the crime scene, anyone would guess that Gina has shot Hatch. But I know that Gina would never shoot anyone.
Yet the culprit could try and frame Gina.
Yes, when I thought of that, I realized... with these circumstances, it's not made it difficult to fabricate testimony.
What?
The murder happened on the other side of the door in a locked room. To create falsified eyewitness, you would need some kind of peephole.
Oh,
And it was precisely that people carved into the door that was perfect for the job.
Of course, that peephole been made after the murder. If the culprit knew that, its usefulness would be lost.
But you knew that might work as a serviceable trap, yes?
trap? That's what the peephole was for?
And that's why you kept the peephole a secret. Even from the police. I was well aware that what I was doing was a crime. So I entrusted the knowledge of my crime to Mr. Holmes alone. Should naruhodō become cornered with no escape, then at the 11th hour. This may be what we need to cause a great turnabout. I suppose I was right.
Susato really thought that far ahead? But then, why didn't you just tell me all this?
Oh, come now, Master Naruhodō. If you knew that much, you'd be deemed an accomplice to her crime.
Huh?
If it was revealed that you willingly tampered with the scene, you may have been dismissed. That's why Mrs. Otto kept the secret so closely held. Master Naruhodō, she does protect both you and Miss Gina.
Susato.
For one mere moment, I begin to doubt the law.
What?
Those who are just may still find themselves unjustly punished. The moment I came to this realization, I became a failure of a legal assistant.
Susato, you're nothing like McGundle or Crowgray. Crowgray was the one that used that peephole to lie to the court. And if it weren't for the contradiction caused by that peephole, Gina might have been ruled guilty at the trial. Susato, you saved Gina's life!
That sentiment means more to me than you could ever known.
Really, it's wonderful that Machino is ruled not guilty.
Yeah, but there's still so many questions I have yet left unanswered.
But I can't believe you deduced those discs had telegram informations on them. That's truly an incredible feat, Naruhodō. I doubt it could have done the same.
Well, we don't have full story behind that either.
Really?
There was actually a telegraphist on the jury, but she said that most of the transmission was just meaningless noise.
do realize that this was top secret information. It was likely encrypted as a failsafe, just in case it was stolen.
Encrypted? Is this starting just to sound like a nightmare to decode?
I'm sure someone with too much time on their hands will come to find the answer.
Hey.
So... G?
What was that?
Maybe not. I never heard such a weird word before. Iris, please, repeat what you just said. Huh? Oh, it was asogi. Do you think it means something?
It doesn't just mean something. Asogi is the name of my best friend!
What? Iris, what on earth do you know that name? I just no doubt some of the code and played in the court earlier.
But she only heard it once. This girl really is a force to be reckoned with.
I thought it might be encoded, so I tried to sort things out. But I just can't seem to make any meaningful words. At least, when looking at it from an English point of view. Oh! And then I remembered. English isn't the only variant of Morse code. Every country in the world has their own version of Morse code.
What? Then this...
I've only seen the Japanese Empire's code chart once, so... I think you could call it an Iroda code?
Then this telegram says Asogi?
Yeah, probably. Not to remember the whole thing. Iris, may you see that for a moment?
Susato, do you understand Japanese Morse code?
Of course, I studied it. I believe it would be vital to the worldwide communication of this coming era.
If you ask me, learning the English variant was probably the better idea.
Anyway, Iris, please let me see that code. Okay. What on earth does this mean?
Her gaze danced across seemingly meaningless lines of Morse code. Susato's face gradually lost its color.
This certainly appears to be Japanese Morse code.
Does it mean the British Empire is sending telegrams to the Japanese?
I can't say I know yet. But there are 4 sets of character combinations that seem to be names here.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why is his name here, though?
The second one is A Sashin.
Sashin. I don't think I've heard that name before.
The third is T Gregson.
Gregson?
Most probably Tobias Gregson, the famed inspector himself.
Why is that inspector's name coming up in classified telegram?
And the last...
What's wrong, Susato?
Nothing, it's just a surprising name. What? Who is it? Who? Hurry up and tell us, Susie! The last name is J. Watson. What?
Watson?
John H. Watson? That's my daddy's name! All that's written is J. Watson, so we can't be entirely sure. After the 4 names, the above 4, that's where Iris's memo stopped.
I still can't believe it. That disc really had Japanese Morse code. Then we have those 4 mystery names.
It seems that these classified telegrams were part of a correspondence between the British and Japanese empires.
Then maybe my daddy came from Japan. But maybe it's just too good to be true. There are loads of Jason Watsons all over the world, after all.
Professor of University Department of Medicine, Dr. J.H. Watson. There's no way I can tell her what I know right now. I may have solved today's mystery, but it feels as if an entire entrance of the dark abyss.
Maybe. The darkness within that abyss isn't meant to be seen by our eyes. It seems the ship's about to depart.
Yeah.
After I board the steamship, I'll be on my way to the France port of Durkur. And from there, I will board a large passenger ship back to Japan. Susie, you're really leaving us?
You need?
Alright, I'm back. Hold on. Okay. Safe travels, Mrs. Otto.
Thank you. Please, everyone, take care of yourselves.
Susato! I wish you could have stayed here with me so we could stand to go in court together.
Naruhodō!
Someday, please, come back. To me. You're the best legal assistant in the world, Susato!
Okay, yes, of course. I will definitely return. You mean it, Susie? I still haven't fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. What promise? About that manuscript, remember? Oh.
The Hound of the Baskervilles.
We'll be waiting for you, Susie. We promised. Of course, Iris. Naruhodō,
Yeah?
do you remember when we first met?
Of course I do. How could I forget? When those sailors yanked me out of the SS Eclair's wardrobe? You Susato tossed me to the other side of the room.
Oh, come on! I mean, what came after that? After we solved the mystery together, I became oddly confident about something. I just knew you would be the one to carry out Kazuma's will.
Susato?
My intuition wasn't mistaken. I'm sure. No, I swear. One day, I'll be back. Please, take care.
This なるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする僕は弁護士になって異国の街で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっとさまざまな困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろうでもどんな危機だって大逆転できるそんな気がするだって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから
That is DGS 1.
No.
We got a little bit more. Okay.
Oh, one more thing, Master Naruhodō.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
I've got some pretty bad news for you. The railroad company is suing for that little trifle with the emergency train.
Huh?
You went too far. All the other trains got held up at the station.
Ah, well, we wouldn't have made it in time otherwise. So I told them it was all on you, you see.
Huh? What?
You'll probably be served with a formal complaint from them by tomorrow. But I'm sure you'll be fine. We had a certain tidbit from Mrs. Otto.
She said you love defending yourself for you.
Huh? What?
Don't worry, I'll testify for you in court. I never thought he was such a kind of a person to do something so awful. Great testimony, right?
Mr. Holmes,
Oh, yes.
there's a certain word I want to say.
By all means, go ahead. Scream from the depths of your very being.
Oh, I love it when you say it. Go on, Ryu.
Alright, get ready for this. Objection! Now that's DGS 1! Alright.
This
Well,
credits.
yeah, well, we still got-
Nope.
Yeah, well,
This credit song has dug its way into my Ace Attorney.
well, I mean,
soul.
Ace Attorney credits are always godlike for their music, so, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, people all over Europe have been sending me tons of music boxes. I was wondering what kind of conspiracy this might be, but as it turns out, I asked for it. Mr. Holmes needs your help to solve a mystery. That newspaper ad was a mistake. They've been flying off the shelves. Whatever happened to real detective work?
I like this direction of the credits and doing, like, the sepia tone and, like, that. I like that.
Yeah.
My deadline is tomorrow. Haven't slept since yesterday. Usually Holmesies takes over breakfast duty at times like these. But he's just mocks crumbly toast and muddy coffee. I miss Susie's Japanese breakfasts.
What are you doing to your daughter, Holmes?
Making her average breakfast.
Oh boy.
Oh, this guy.
What this is? Your testimony completely contradictory.
Obviously, or did my compound crawl under into me on its own?
No matter what you think, my boy Kuwamaru knows that I'm innocent.
I have yet to ask you to keep those disputes out of the Supreme Court. I didn't go to jail, Daddy!
I'm still mad at you, Daddy.
After we escorted Nikumi to Shanghai, I decided to stay undercover on the ship. I arrested the suspicious Japanese man last night. We're taking him home now.
I'm not suspicious! Although there was I forgot to do put kidneys in my code! How dare you treat me like a hardened criminal for protecting these little creatures!
My god.
What you do to the
Can't
kids
catch
in
the break.
Boston?
That's actually the death curse he got instead.
Oh, this guy.
Forensic investigation will be the symbol of a new police force for a new century. I dream of a world where logic and order govern all. Hundreds of components working in perfect order, much like Big Ben itself. Oh, excuse me. I only have 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next meeting.
Curious how you're gonna go in the next game, because I think you're in on something as well. Gotta feel
They
it.
stole a bagel from the cafe.
That's gonna be a good night.
Nom nom nom.
I'm in the newest issue of the Strand magazine. The boys at the pub will riot when they hear me say my lines. You're pretty good for an amateur. Ha! I'm no match for you, milady.
Does he still have his job, or is he fired after this game because of what happened?
We'll see.
Okay, fine.
Wait. The next time in DGS 2.
In like 2
In
years.
3 years.
Yeah, 2 or 3 years.
I've been spending most of my days visiting Joan, of course. Now I'm going up and down 3 stories every day. My legs are as strong as ever. I've also figured out the secrets to become my own maid. And neighbors still haven't realized that I am both a landlord and a maid.
Oh.
Isn't that just cleaning up after yourself?
For
Like
old
a,
people.
like a normal fucking person.
Listen, Pat. whatever it takes to get the chores done.
My pat's back home, all thanks to the Grin Reaper.
The most enjoyable part of my job is picking up all the loose change on the street. My life's mission is to keep my wife happy while I protect London and the loose change. Roll up, my love.
Pat's my sweet.
This is awkward.
Who's recording this?
well, Pat is.
Damn it.
It's extreme. Hey, Jada.
Guess I ended up here anyhow. Iris popped over to visit every day, so it's not like I'm going barley or nothing. Iris is always homesy this, homesy that. She talks for England, that's for sure. But you know, that crime scene investigating sounds proper wicked.
Is there an extended
By the way,
version
I
of
think-
this? Is there an extended version on YouTube we can play? Oh, I threw away my past and walked on the path of evil, but I dare not regret a thing.
Stop making yourself proud. They didn't like the rip, but I know.
Let's get the game back together. In it, Weapon to the Temple is dairy for life.
It'll be just like the old times. Let's do it. Tempella's woo!
If you make it
Why'd you
out
put them all in
live
a
here.
single cell?
Yeah, why are they all in one cell?
No, whatever. Rupert's getting executed tomorrow.
He is actually going to die.
Yeah.
Probably.
Surprised they didn't do it already, considering the amount of murder charges he already has.
Alright.
I'll never forget these past 6 months. I learned that life is a long line of fateful meetings and farewells. Naruhodō, one day, I swear, I will come and find you again. So, I'll just leave this memory here until that day comes. Naruhodō, I wish you all the best.
By the way, this credit sequence, I think it's like 7 minutes and something seconds long.
Alright,
It
I'll
is
probably
7
put it
minutes.
on loop for when we do our discussion or something.
Yeah.
So what is the gift you left behind?
Hmm.
Aww.
The song should be going for longer.
It's promotional art.
How'd you get that?
Look, the cat is a very important part of the family unit.
Any buffs credit scene, or are we?
Oh, there is more credits.
Something cool.
No, there is the proper
Oh.
credits for the game.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
This has been like a thing since every 3DS game. Set of credits.
Right, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It
So we
basically,
can talk over these.
yeah. Well, we're gonna get into the proper full game discussion. I will definitely say my opinion of the game has moved up a lot after Chapter 5, admittedly, because I did say around the beginning that Chapter 5 wasn't doing it for me. Then by the end, when all of it gets blown open and the bigger picture is shown for that, I definitely think it gets a lot better. I kind of want to save my big discussion points for after the game, so maybe you guys go for this part or something, I don't know.
Well, if we're specifically talking about Chapter 5...
Yeah, I guess we could just talk about that in particular for right now.
Yeah, specifically for Chapter 5, my opinion on rewatching this chapter did, I still really like it, but it also did put out the glaring flaw of this chapter, and that is they rely really heavily on the jury.
Yeah, like,
For
I'll just
a
say
whole lot
that
of it.
now, with the jury system, I think it got worse each case, and, like, case 5 is the most blatant of it, by far.
But, that being said, I still love all the setup that they did for Chapter 5 going into the investigation, where it just started out with them just living their life, and then it just like throwing a bunch of stuff at you that is relatively normal-ish, but then the murder happens. It's like, oh wait, all that stuff is actually important. Were you paying attention?
Yeah.
So I just really like how I still really enjoy how Case 5 is set up, and I still love love how a normal robbery committed by this girl turned into a government scandal.
Yeah, I did not expect it to go like government conspiracy shit and stuff like that by the end.
I think my favorite part, I would say, even with DGS 2, Gina's probably my favorite defendant.
Gina?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I like the overall arc that they went with in terms of trusting Naruhodō and the callback to Case 3 and Case 1 with that.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that she had to trust in Naruhodō and give a true testimony to save her life.
I will, like, Gina's definitely in my top 3 for characters in the game, like, overall, so...
Yeah. In terms of defendant, I will agree with you.
Yeah, she's my favorite defendant in DGS.
Yeah. Across both games.
Guys, legs don't even look like they're part of the model. Like, from
Oh,
Magundal.
look, it's the asshole. Willy Wonka ass. Which...
Well, I guess... wait, go on.
Are you gonna go into villains, or...?
No, because I can ask the question because this is still part of Case 5. So, Magundal, now that you know the full story.
Admittedly, when I went back, because I went back to Case 3 earlier, like after we did the investigation, because at first I didn't think too much, like, okay, you get a little bit more that, like, Gina lied and, like, it was set up, like, you know, like, I thought at first, like, oh, it doesn't really change much. Now that I know about the government conspiracy shit and stuff like that, yeah, definitely helps that case a lot more. I do wish it was had a little bit more on the first time through and not so much all at the end kind of deal, but I definitely think the case went up after all that information now.
And I guess that is a good transition into the villain of Case 5.
I like that villain, you know, for the most part. I think there was a good motivation behind him and stuff like that. I will say for final villains in the series,
he's not.
Definitely ranks a little on the lower side, honestly.
Yeah.
I think Kroge is a decent villain, but definitely feel like, okay, he's a villain.
He's not our final villain.
Like,
Yeah.
He's not.
honestly, I still think the best villain in the game is the Case 1 villain still. So, like,
Nah.
Yeah. Well,
I will say kind of like how Jason feels about a certain character in Spirit of Justice. I'm like, smartest character in the game is villain number 1 in this game.
Kind of.
yeah. Well, I think at least the interest in me is that that helps Case 5 is that technically there are three villains, which is Kroge, Magundal, and in
Greg.
some essence Gregson.
Yeah.
Because this dude tried to put this little thief girl in the bus for his job. Also,
Yeah.
high school studies.
Thank you, Scarlet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once again, thank you to Scarlet Study for being able to do this translation patch.
It's a fantastic translation.
Yeah, please go support them with the button down below for all their work they did on this, because woo, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Talking about like the translation itself, this is more than just like, oh, we just translated the game into English. This was like the full-on Ace Attorney translation, where they gave it that extra charm that you would expect from these games. It's fantastic.
Well, not only do they have to just translate the Japanese, but they also have to translate the British and the German and the Russian. It's like, oh,
All fitting into like the small text boxes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, I like how it ends on the dock for that, for the final part.
Yeah.
Cheapness.
So, we're gonna take a quick, 10-minute break, just so we can all use bathroom and stuff like that. Then we're gonna come back to memes, and then we will have our overall final discussion on DGS 1 at that point.
Yeah.
So, hang tight, we will be right back, guys.
Memes.
Alright,
I'll put it in the DGS tag, but I got some official art that you can probably use for background.
And by the way, ED, I have a question. Do you know about the Lombax secret?
Does it involve murder?
Oh.
Not back there.
Guys
Patrick,
talking
I
about
can't believe you
Wombat
found out.
secrets,
I
though.
can't believe you realized who knew about the Wombat secret.
Alright, let me get the Twitter hashtag up now at this point. WDGS. Okay, go by latest and go all the way down because oh my gosh, there's so much art in here.
My profile pic right now is me waiting for DGS2 to get translated.
Come on!
You know what happened, Sophie.
I know, but I can't.
What do you want?
I can only talk about it for 2 people.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Hi.
Oh, okay, now gotta get to the part where it's our hashtag and not these weird, like,
Whatever the
study
heck that
stuff.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my. Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm at the first tweet of this, so let me
Yeah.
turn down the music a little bit. But I'm gonna have the credits theme loop throughout all of this. Honestly, I think I'm just going to. I've been meaning to do it for a while, but I'm thinking I'm just gonna remove the voice line thing from
Yeah, that's fair. That's
channel
fair.
points, just because we're never able to keep up with it, and sometimes kind of can get in the way.
It gets in the way, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Alright.
Shame, but yeah. Alrighty, let's.
Okay, so I'm getting the web one up. I think I gotta re-property this because it's not the right one. Okay, there we go.
Alright, yeah.
Yo!
The DGS cult, one of us.
My name's Katrina. It's you. I'm Sarah. I'm Emma. And I'm Joe to you.
The time has come, and so am I. If he went past, it starts DGS.
Here's
When you find the shit takes on Twitter. Oh yes, I remember this one. I need to get my memes in order first. Your Honor. Yeah, I forgot about that. What did I keep calling him? Like a Sugi?
Asuki.
A
Suki.
Yeah. Hey.
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 What is this damn piggy bank that keeps like showing up?
It's actual DGS merch, and it's one of the most well known. It's like Ace Attorney, you get rings, a bunch of art, bunch of like stuff. DGS, baby banks.
Pain. Back to the back.
Oh, which by the way, they also have an Asogi, Sherlock, and a Panzeeks
Oh
one.
boy.
It's just as hilarious.
Naruhodō, get my sword.
This chat.
Metsugi.
Mississippi.
And Naruhodō, no.
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 Oh yeah, it's a little hard to hear, but yeah, this is when I think I made the original stream goal for DGS back then. Preach just an appreciation for Asogi's theme. Yeah,
It's still one of the best things.
one of the best tracks in the game, definitely. Representation now, I got my friends in the DGS. Hey, let me talk about, see how hard I can talk about my interests.
Not wrong.
This one
Yeah.
the playthrough started. Wait a minute.
Wait. I still stand by this.
Love being that guy. So as everyone doing tonight, I want to be God, the God who invented time zone to kill him. Got a new laptop battery, so I'm good. Catch these hands.
Oh yeah, you keep getting it wrong.
そうかならば奴に伝えろ呪われし存在となったお前を決して許さないこの無知と我が血族に
Well, I hate to break it to you, Pain, but okay.
Okay, it's the last part that really makes it. That's good, Prankster. You have the evidence to prove Naruhodo is innocent, but he doesn't acknowledge you.
Oh yeah, Hosanage.
Fate's ancestor would be like, yeah, yeah.
Hold
This
on
how
again.
you handle things?
Anyway.
Oh, right. That's a yeah.
Yeah.
Asogi.
Oh, the original Waluigi. I see how it is.
This right here is my favorite thing. In the history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
And that statement is so true for Easy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Excuse me. He asked for no pickles. Oh my god. Oh yeah. I think same voice actor is Japanese for that. When the boys and Sophie
Oh yeah,
return to
it's been a
DGS.
while. Oh yeah, the true tragedy of DGS.
I'll get into that soon enough, but...
Everyone goes to the DGS. I love Asogi. Everyone who plays DGS.
Aw shit, here we go again. Was this the exact moment for you, Sophie? Was...
Yes, it's like, oh, I'm gonna like you.
Yeah, this one in Discord server.
The chicken Asogi.
He clearly looks European. Chat, also can you guys type in something? I just want to make sure that, like, chat isn't dead or anything like that, for this, but yeah. Alright, good.
You.
Oh god, the blink.
It blinks.
The adjacent fighting over the British Chad.
British Chad.
Naruhodo clears himself for against George Bush.
Oh.
What if you wanted to go to London with your boyfriend, but Susanoo said it's so key because of that.
You sure you want to do that?
Flaws in my detection more likely than you think. Creepy. Look at these dudes.
Look at these dudes!
Friend in with Shogi, not Sherlock is my best friend.
Pretty much.
I forgot about that one.
I think I asked you to make that. I'm not staring out the horse.
Oh yeah, God, Jason. Like when I was reviewing the highlights, you broke at that part, God. When you notice Ulf's just casually showing up out of nowhere. Sherlock Holmes' death battle.
No, it's no contest.
Face a murderer, truly.
Snake.
Just today, if you were crying about snakes, they don't have any arms! Who would win?
Suzuki Kazuma or Cat.
And that toad over there is the reason why I couldn't find the princess in other castles. That's a good one. Secret me is so good. Pog.
Pog.
Dog.
All the answers
It's
are present
true!
here. Also, cute pet drawings.
It's true.
That's rough, Susanoo.
when they showed me this, I just couldn't stop laughing.
We just showed you the Twilight Princess stream and you just destroyed it.
Susanoo does. Very accurate.
Oh.
How you can put two of you together, people will understand.
Chicken nuggies, Asogi. You had one job.
Roommate for the next one. Hey, how you doing? Boyfriend died. Yeah, I can relate.
Wait a minute.
Knife with cat. With the headband bros.
Oh.
Father, the son, no, okay.
Hey.
Do you hear a cat in your life? Nope. Do I want to? Maybe. Food for thought.
I hate it. Destroy it.
Ew. Oh yeah, this is when we were in our amphibia craze at that point, right?
You're sorry, you can't fit your friends alike.
When you go to the front of the glass door to do the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah! Yeah! For our politics.
Pretty much Juror 3 in a nutshell, yeah?
Knife man. So this is an omnibus.
Was this a Nico B edit on this one, or?
Yeah, someone did it, yeah.
Oh, okay, alright. Casting McGruff. What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. Got the bookmark for Google search.
Yeah!
Use this gif a lot for promoting the streams and such. The duality of bra and doubt. and what you, the people at home think. Every day is leg day. Love how the shoe also has glasses, you know? Who would win? Get him!
Get him!
Get him! You pissed off the lady. Goku
You shall be
blamed
remembered, Lady Goose.
Goku for killing Icarus, Vegeta. Not Akuma, her. The younger sibling telling their parents how badly they were hurt. The older sibling who committed the sin of lightly touching or pushing the younger one. I like that. He ate my enchilada. There was no note.
Damn it! No!
When you get a not guilty, but inside you're like...
Huh.
You wanna fight?
You wanna fight?
The neutral special, they wield a gun. Case 3's ending in a nutshell.
That's some good McGundles you got there.
Definitely getting Castlevania vibe, yeah? Why? Why did you kill my father?
Let me give you a
Who
kiss.
the knife really belonged to? I was just watching Amphibia and then I noticed it.
Yeah. Oh. You're right.
Mentally, I'm here. Also, where is ED at?
Huh.
Where'd he go?
He zoomed.
Yeah, he's muted and deafened, so
He
he
comes
probably.
back. Is DGS good? Oh, I assure you, it's quite based.
Oh yeah, last night.
It's a boy!
Oh no!
Oh god, that's what this happened, jeez. Kazuma's looking kind of
different!
Viva Magundle just dies out of the blue! Fish and chips, man.
Tim officers.
Naruhodō doesn't know what to say or trouble when people talk. She's about to pull a pro gamer move. Gregson's eating partner.
Aww.
You seeing this stuff, dude? I think our Japanese jails were much more comfortable as Japanese jail. Oh, I could take another moment on this hellhole.
Oh boy.
He's ahead of his time. Up there.
Nice.
Susana, don't look back. Kill him. Kill him.
He's still here.
Vantiques! Boom.
Boom.
Use this one also a lot for stream notifications as well. This girl's favorite stories are written by a 10-year-old. Ryo's so excited having in a nutshell. Yeah!
Oh yes.
What was this one? Oh, right!
This is really good.
That's my favorite part. Wait, Jason's watching all this.
Oh.
This is around the time I was catching up for SAO.
Damn it, why can't you act more like a 10-year-old with PhD? Some British child. Trying to serve tea, but the gift subs keep coming.
Oh yeah.
This one we got our gift subs just like bombing. Oh yes.
So he's moved in quite recently.
You see, we have tenants on both the first and second floor. It was just 1 week ago when the second floor became free. The second...
I'll never get tired of the Gangster's Paradise meme. It's too good. Damn, but you live like this. Do you mind turning off the gift sub alerts? We're having a moment. That is Britain's ass.
Easy for looking for the World Best Secret!
That is the one sophisticated lion, man. I tried to debunk lions. You!
The Sherlock Holmes.
Someone who's gonna economy, please help me budget this. My family is
dying. I do not remember the context for this one.
You cannot unsee it.
Oh god. Closing argument. Like anyone cares about that. Honey, you got a big storm coming. Yes, your opinions.
Thank you again, Prankster.
Imagine Bansung seems only grail me like. Well, considering he keeps breaking it all the damn time, I think more of the tiny ones, like the little wine glass. You should probably invest in those.
Oh, it's him.
Imagine walking down an alleyway and you see a 10-year-old.
Because yes, a 10-year-old girl walking down and seeing a murder victim. Yeah, yeah, sure.
The duality seeing fandom Oh. Yeah, just Naruhodō is like when you just enter the fandom. Susanoo is when you've been in there for years. Just like, oh, we're doing this again. All right. Susanoo's most reliable sources. That one depresses me, so I'm not gonna watch it. I'll talk about bad diet. My dad gets my own flowers weekly. Oh, they just like, oh my god.
Oh no!
This is the place we need.
It's him.
You want some?
She's not dead
didn't
though.
actually die. Just replace the head with the knife, and this is the crime scene. Holds, why you stay in our place? That would be nice, Susanoo. Stranger, in case nobody died. Oh my god! That realizes his ass is straight Fire Emblem 7. Oh god. That freaking out about audio stuff that no one else notices. We live in a monochronic society. Just in the middle of considering whether I should die or not. Son of Holds running to the pawn shop to save his partner.
He coming.
How do you do, fellow kid?
Oh, nothing much. Oh yeah, this.
What's this one again?
He's really trying to look posh because he looks like he's performing for a boy band.
I never wanna hear you say I want it that way.
Just another Friday. I've connected 2 dots. You didn't connect shit. I've connected them.
Good job, Holmes.
Suited Ace Attorney name. Like, Ace Benedict was like one of the only few like pun names in this translation that I can think of throughout that. There we go. There's no Whopper at McDonald's. That will continue to be funny to me.
Look how seriously he's sitting in that corner.
Don't talk to me, I beg you. Are you winning,
Holmesies?
Mrs. Sato, I don't feel so good.
Brr.
Oh, where does this one go?
What's in here? Oh. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you guys beat this up. Jeez. Is this like usually memed a lot, this scene, or?
This is memed a lot. Ah, shit.
I love the body discover the ping pong at the end. Some more clout, my lady. I decided that Susanoo was too OP, therefore we came to the agreement that she needed to be nerfed.
I mean,
we understand
now. I love that. I love that face.
trying to find the one last thing to progress. We'll see, it's often like this thing face down on the floor, just like a dead body. God, Sophie, I felt so bad for you this session, because God, you have to talk so much during that.
I will prevail.
His name is Remy, and he's my associate on the ride.
I still love these witnesses. Gregson, why?
Why am I here?
Especially with the Mario and Luigi art, it's very similar, honestly. Vote the legend, thank you. Up, it's up. When you load a gun, you load it downwards, not upwards. I'm still holding by that. Like, anybody that's actually held a firearm would know you never point it up. I'm sorry, no. Don't. I understand now, you. I don't fucking see it. Oh, I didn't even realize that his eyes were crossed in this one. Van Zeke's holds his line. Sherlock's blood really is green. Egg Benedict. Life is an egg. Explain. Has chickens in it sometimes.
Yeah.
What's with this sassy lost child? Society and then the cake.
Yeah.
Costume McCorgy. The box, you don't mean.
Oh, it begins.
Okay, so we're now into the newer memes at this point.
Yeah,
We're in the
now
end game.
Yeah, now we're on Friday.
When he learns Crow Gray has a last name. Crow Gray had a great fall. Crow Gray 3,000 years later. Yeah. What is the love
secret?
What is relevant?
Tell me!
It was a simple bailiff, but it was me.
When you speak for the trees.
Oh god, that one made me laugh way harder than it should have, honestly.
That was, I see I gotta reply, open it up, is that face, it was over. Done. Sophie, you see let a critical hit.
Fatality.
ED feeling proud when we do finishes DGS. Alright. Tonight's finale and Grace, Sophie, ED, and Jason.
Hey.
By the way, Brad, that contact you put right in there!
Friendly reminder, this is the evidence that broke the testimony. Big kitty. Gregson be like, Naruhodō chooses to search for a disc, he chooses to search Green Waluigi.
Oh no.
Yes! Thank you!
No, it gets better. It gets Pat, it gets better.
Naruhodō ready to piss off the British Empire, and I feel justice in this courtroom tonight. Crow Gray about to kick Gregson's ass.
I'm gonna choke this man.
Inspector Gregson when he confirms it's Morse code.
Alright, I get it!
Okay. That's me to more of Van Zeke's just
No,
like...
Pat, look at the video above it. You gotta look at the video above it.
Okay, hold on.
Get away from me!
Inside these witnesses' pocket.
I'm glad we got the.
Wow! Wow, you got that one done fast! Oh my god!
Prankster, like we used the exact same. Oh, no! No!
I'm gonna have to screen cap that later. Oh my god. You know, when she hears she'll be guilty of her other crimes.
Ah, shit.
Listing off Gina's crimes.
Congratulations.
Yeet.
Yeet!
I have no art, just beautiful DGS art. Aww.
It's beautiful.
The baby down there. I know what I said. Oh, I slapped all these things, so let's see if they bounce. Oh, is there anything else in this, or are we... Is that everything?
Oh, I was hoping to end it with the art, but sure.
Okay. We got that.
It ends with that, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, ED came back. He missed all the memes.
Oh, no,
awesome.
There's one in particular, ED, you need to... I'm gonna post it in our Discord. You guys see this one. I can... Prankster, you worked so fast.
Prankster's a god.
Here.
The long
Oh my god.
That's pretty good.
Alright.
Pretty alright.
That's my Lombax secret. There it is. We finally found it.
This
I
joke
don't
is
think Jason
stupid.
even know what the Lombax secret is.
He played Tools of Destruction, he does.
It's not even like a joke.
They told me. But to me, what made it funnier was that I confused Lombax with Lorax.
Lorax, yeah. You know what? The Lorax secret is...
Yeah.
The secret of the Lorax is more interesting, to be honest. Like, I want to know
Alright,
what's up
I'm a
with that guy.
Lombax. I speak for the trees.
And then it never ended. It just
Cut
kept
them
going.
and I'll break your fucking knees.
Alright.
Natural break your lean cap. Okay.
Okay, so
Where
now,
are we?
it's discussion time at this point for the entire game, now that, we have played through all of DGS 1. For this, I definitely feel like I want to go last for this one, since I feel like that's where a lot of the discussion points are going to come from, because I definitely feel like I have the most different opinion out of everyone, so, I think let's probably do this by the order we all played it, so I think, like, ED, Sophie, Jason, and then me is probably the best way of to go for it.
Me?
So, ED, you on DGS 1, since I know you're the biggest fan of it out of all of us, so...
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Go on.
Second favorite game of the series behind DGS 2. I love it a lot.
Lower the music of that bit. That all? That all you got?
Yeah. That's all.
Wow. Okay.
That's all.
Alright,
Yeah, that's all.
Sophie, I guess?
That's all. That's all.
So yeah, I was aware of DGS, and since Nico B started, I was like, I guess I'll watch this. And it was like, that's probably the worst impression of Case 1 ever, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't like it at all.
Yeah.
Or like,
Which I hard disagree with that. Hard disagree. But
yeah, it's like DGS is really hard to rank with the other Ace Attorney games just because the structure is definitely different. So it's kind of hard to explain. Like, it's not really a case by case. It's more like adventure intertwined kind of thing.
episode.
Yeah. So, and what I really like is mostly just the character interactions overall. It's like Naruhodō, Susato, Iris, Sherlock. It's like even with the modern games, I felt like this game, I felt more of a family unit than the modern Ace Attorney games can ever make it feel. Like Maya and Phoenix are still the best duo in whole, but DGS squad family unit goals for life. Yeah, it's like I think around like Case 1 I'm fine. Case 2, ooh, this is getting interesting. Case 3 is like, wait, what happens next? Wait, no, come back. Yeah, but I'm kind of the biased opinion since I know what happens in DGS 2. So
yeah.
So knowing what the payoff of this kind of makes DGS 1 like, okay, this is really high up in my rankings because I know where this is goes, so I can appreciate this game more than what it did. But even then, I still think it works as a good standalone in terms that it has its own mystery it needs to solve, and they do solve it by the end of it. Like the telegram is just more of like, here's what to expect for the next game, herp-de-derp kind of deal. So
what do you think before DGS 2?
Yeah,
That's the question.
Yeah, I
That's
think
the question.
let's as much as we can, let's try and get DGS2 like out of the conversation. Try and like of this game as a whole. Deal, because
but
not to discredit DGS2, but obviously we haven't played that yet, so you know.
Oh, you haven't.
Yeah, right. Well, technically, none of us have played it, so you know.
Oh, I have a 3DS copy.
Have you actually played through the copy of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, fair game.
Like, I think the moment that really got me into realizing that I really liked this game was in the beginning of Case 5, where we're just pretty much just going through the life of Naruhodō and Sherlock, and with whole shenanigans. I'm like, I love seeing these characters interact so much, even when it's not a case. It's like, yeah, I like it a lot. Suzato and Naruhodō are one of the best Ace Attorney characters, fight me.
I agree.
Jason?
Hang on.
Okay. I'm also curious, chat, if you guys want to type down what you guys bought, especially for the people that were.
You literally caught me in the middle of using the bathroom.
What? Okay.
It happens. It happens sometimes.
Jason, I do not want to hear another talk of toilets ever again.
But yeah, like I do want to see for the people in chat, what do you guys think about it, especially for the people that were experiencing this alongside me as your first time exposure to DGS and such. So, but yeah.
Okay, so Sophie, because it took you till the case 3 to get hooked. I was hooked right after case 1.
Yeah.
Because DGS 1, even going back through it, still has a really, really strong case 1, and it does a fantastic job of just
setting up the world.
Of setting up the world, setting up his characters, setting up his whole aesthetic.
Its time period, its style.
Yeah, because like by the end of case 1, I knew that this is not going to be like my standard Ace Attorney fare. Because I felt even I still enjoy Dual Destinies, I still enjoy Spirit of Justice, but I also felt like by the end of by Spirit of Justice, I was beginning to feel all right, let's go, it's time to head into another Ace Attorney adventure, knowing what to expect in the chat. But DGS sold itself for me as being like, it's Ace Attorney, but different. So like off the bat, I like Naruhodō, I like Asogi, and then we get into chapter 2, with the introduction of Susanoo. I like Susanoo. And then we get to chapter 2, Sherlock Holmes shows up on the screen, and I see Sherlock Holmes do everything he does, and I just went, I love this man. I love this man. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. And I remember as we were going through case 2 that night, that was the day I worked, so I was already tired. And I did remember a story to drift off to sleep as I was going through case 2. But then I immediately went back up where Sherlock introduced Logic Theater, which at that point it's like the most cinematic that Ace Attorney has ever been. When they took full advantage of, oh yeah, we can do this in 3D now. They took advantage of that by actually having to move around the 3D space. Case 3, first time, it felt empty. I know that was the point, but oddly enough, first time through, I thought case 3 was the weakest. Coming back around, no, I was wrong. I was dead wrong.
I see. You accepted your wrong opinion, Jason.
I still say case 5 is the best case of the game, at least personally for me. But I will concede to you, and then I will concede to you. I still like case 2, but in DGS 1, now in my opinion, case 2 is the weakest case of this game. I still like case 2. But in comparison to how strong Case 1 opened up, when Case 3 started, Case 4 Case 4 with
That's true.
with a Suzaku and Suzaku and I think I'm saying this name wrong.
Seki?
Suzaki.
Suzaki.
Okay,
Yeah,
Suzako. I was like, who?
As well as helping Naruhodō, as well as helping Naruhodō plant itself, the introduction of Gregson, and then Case 5 with everything that it did. Case 2 now does come across as weak. Which still isn't a bad thing. I still like that case. Because I still rather go through that than investigations.
Both games, or?
Definitely more. I still rather go through Case 2 in this game than Investigations 1.
Okay, I mean, Investigations 1 slander, I'm down with that.
Yeah, Investigations 1 slander.
I'll have to play it for myself soon enough to get in on that.
The further I get away from that game, the more I realize how much that game sucks.
Dang!
It's dull.
Yeah.
What
And
do you mean there's no trial in Case 2?
and
There's no trouble.
Case 5. Oh man, I guess for me, Case 5, which is just like sort of a reminder of, yeah, this is what Ace Attorney is like when it's at his A game.
Oh my god, a good final case. It's been years.
Yeah.
Real talk. In terms of Ace Attorney, I haven't felt positive about a final case since Trials and Tribulations. So.
Well, for me, it's Investigations 2.
I haven't played that one yet, so I can't say on that one. It's because
you were absolutely right. It's like, I have been starving for this.
Yeah.
Oh, dang, Cat has been murdered. He's accused. Suzawa's going back to Japan. Oh, jeez.
How can this get any worse? Government scandal.
We went from defending an innocent pickpocket to government conspiracy secrets.
Yeah.
I assume that as far as my characters go, I want to talk about Sherlock specifically.
All right.
But I guess starting up the character discussion, I guess starting this one rather bad. Phoenix Wright versus Naruhodō.
I don't have the full picture of Naruhodō's character, so I can only really judge between Phoenix in the first game and Naruhodō in this game. And I really do like Naruhodō. But in terms of whether I like him more than Phoenix, I'm not sure. For me exactly, because I felt like there was a bit more charm to Phoenix, but Naruhodō is a bit stronger as an attorney kind of deal. So I think that was a bit more on preference for that. I think I'm a little bit more Phoenix, but I do really like Naruhodō's character as well. But
I guess what really helps Naruhodō for me is the fact that I hate to say this, I'm tired of Phoenix.
Same.
I really hate to say that. And Naruhodō as like a main character, it's just a breath of fresh air because he still has like the Phoenix.
It's a fresh new story for a character to grow.
Yeah, he still has the Phoenix Wright charm to him, as far as he has still all the stuff that made Phoenix likable as a character, but he's also not Phoenix. Mm-hmm. He's also not Phoenix the same way Tizano is not Maya.
Yeah.
These two are different people that have different ways of doing things, and the big difference between them that I love is that you can totally Phoenix bluffs his ways to the truth. Naruhodō logics his way to the truth.
I mean, they also kind of played up his whole bluffing thing more like Come 25 and 6, being honest, but still.
Yeah.
Naruhodō's also a lot more nervous. Can get more loud at points because he really has. Yeah.
Oh, Naruto also has the advantage of being on the 3DS, so he has more animation to help bring out his character more.
Yeah, he has a lot more expressions as well.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid with Phoenix to not stray away from what the DS games had on him and stuff like that.
Yeah, it just really helps that Naruhodō is the kind of person that would get involved in Logic Theater.
Yeah.
Where you look how silly it is and what they're
around
doing.
like spectacularly. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, where you look at what Naruhodō's doing, and he's just like, yeah, sure. He's like, yes, he's that kind of person that be like, this is goofy, this is silly, we're doing it, but you know what? We're getting results. We're getting results.
I suppose he plays a good straight man considering the people he hangs around with.
It's a lot more of an eccentric group than even what Phoenix had around him. So
Yeah, it's like Sherlock and Iris are the spectacular, Susato and Naruhodō are the straight man.
Yeah.
Even though
Like, more down to
Susato's
earth.
a bit on the giggly side. And I think the pinnacle moment that I really enjoy was that one final push with the music box. It's like, you're going to be enemies of the state.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what?
So what?
Yeah, I love that. I love the defining moment.
That was
for
definitely
character.
one of the best moments for.
Like,
for
I will
Naruto.
make.
Bōken has grown so much.
Yeah, I will make any enemy I can in order to defend my client.
Love that line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like, Naruhodo's a character, he starts off, like, not wanting to do anything with the courts. Like, he has no interest in being an attorney, but is, like, thrown into this whole thing and then slowly decides that, yeah, this is what I'm going to do
Yeah.
in the course of the game as
That's
part
the
of his growth.
That's the biggest thing I like about DGS as a whole, because I know this also bleeds into DGS too, but I can still say this about the first one. It really feels like an adventure story told through the lens of Ace Attorney.
Yeah, I can feel that. Yeah, that's how I see it.
Yeah, because Naruhodō is leaving his home to go to his own, whether intentionally or not, to go to a land that's unfamiliar, that is unfamiliar to him in order to find his truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Also, the sub name of the game is The Adventure of Ryūnosuke Naruhodo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Naruhodō, this is like the hero's journey for Naruhodō, and I really dig that.
Yeah.
I guess Susato will be next.
Well.
Oh, it's time for Susato standing time?
Okay. You guys go on, Susato.
Okay.
Go.
I mean, you start.
Well,
you got excited.
we're waiting.
All right, yeah.
Okay. Look, even from playing for the game, I think what surprised me Susato the most is considering this kind of time period. I was kind of wondering what are I gonna do with Susato, considering that she's kind of limited to her options, and then it's like, oh, she's like the smartest character in this game. I know the law. I'm
Most
gonna
logical.
teach you. Yeah.
Or most knowledgeable of the law, basically. That's
Like-
part of her character.
Yeah, it's kind of like her archetype is like the regal Japanese woman, but with the fangirl side of Sherlock Holmes, which is always a fun treat. It's like, oh, Sherlock Holmes, but yeah, it's like it's the mix of the giggly girl and the straight woman that makes me really find endearing, and also just the Suso toss. It's like toy. It's like oh, this regal woman. Okay, she tosses it. Okay.
Look, bro, don't mess with me. Unlike some other people, I can actually defend myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like most people. I see most people tend to prefer Iris, but I still kind of prefer Susato.
Really?
Like,
I see more Susato love.
yeah. She also plays with Naruhodō a lot more, calling out each of their quirks. That's why I kind of see as more of an equal footing. Especially around case 5, where she literally saved the entire case. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, I got the
By
notes.
this one
You
punch.
take the cat box. We're going in. It's,
Yeah.
Like, I really got attached to Susato in that way.
She also like the most. You go first, Pat.
I think my thing with Susato, I enjoyed her, but like I feel like for me, she only really clicked right as she was about to quote unquote leave, kind of thing. Because I think the moment that clicked for me was when she gave the final evidence to Naruhodō, and then she leaves, and then we get that last scene at the dock. That's when I think her character fully clicked for me. I just wish it was maybe a little bit earlier, just because I felt like she's the second best assistant in the series, hands down, I think, right after Maya. But I won't...
Oh, there's no contest.
Yeah. But I think my thing is that I connected, like, even with the other assistant, like, I guess with, say, Maya, I felt like there was more of an immediate connection that I figured out that there was a bit more bonding between them, like, right away. I felt like Susato took a long time to get to that point. Now, granted, I'm very excited to see where her character will go in DGS 2, but I did feel like it was it wasn't as immediate as somebody like say Iris, who I felt like Iris immediately clicked for me right away.
I think
She
for
clicked
me,
with me in case 2, being honest.
yeah, that was mostly what the point of case 2 is, that she slowly starts to like, you
herself
killed
up
my
to Naruhodo.
boss, to I'm gonna defend you, and I think it's when she gives Naruhodo Cosmo Sword that really engage in that trust. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna do this, let's go.
Yeah, because like the introduction, like the big difference between like the introduction to Susanoo versus the introduction of Maya is the fact that Maya had nobody who would defend her until Phoenix showed up and he defended her. He defended her and won. So Phoenix doing that for her really like already put those two on like equal grounds in terms of I like you too. Susanoo and Naruhodo didn't have that in the beginning because it was the opposite. Susanoo didn't trust Naruhodo at all.
They kind of had to help each other more equally in case 2.
And then by the end of case 2, she admitted that she was like when she talked about how in the back of her head she always knew that Naruhodo didn't do it, considering the fact that she already knew that.
She was just blinded by frustration.
But I guess for me again, of just like, but even after case 2, like it's like I enjoyed her, but I didn't like fall in love with her character or anything like that. I think until that case 5 moment.
Fair.
I thought that case 2. Honestly.
Yeah, like I am not saying that Susanoo is better than Maya. Maya, hands down, is like the best. It's like not only like the best assistant, but one of the best characters in Ace Attorney.
Yep.
And you can even make an argument for the best character.
I still
in some aspects.
I still hold by that Trials and Tribulations is Maya's game. Like, you know, like kind of through and through.
Yeah, but like
all the trauma there.
But what places Susanoo squarely at number 2 is the fact that is the fact that she actually helps Naruhodo, and number 2, she's not Maya. That shouldn't be a point, but considering when you look at all the other assistants, it's like, you know what? You're not Maya, and that's a positive.
Also, I just want to say, I'm not spoiling DGS 2 by saying this. She, like, unlike literally every other assistant, she never becomes a damsel in distress with the main guy to save. That is, like, God.
Oh, I just remembered one. I think is I really like the callback in case 1 where she comes in with the bag.
Mirrors.
And then in case 5, the final piece of evidence is a bag of cloth.
Yeah, she delivers the evidence herself. In what's it called? Someone else sent her to deliver the evidence in case 1. She's the one that sends someone else to do it in case 5.
Yeah. So that's a cute callback.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
They're moving on from assistant to detective Gregson.
Wait.
I mean, he is a detective of this game.
Yeah.
Like, before case 5, I will say, like, before his treason thing, I did put in my notes, because for those who don't know, I wanted to make sure to go into this discussion with a lot more than, like, the post-case 4 discussion, so I have an entire Google Doc on my right screen over here with my notes.
Alright, you know what? Let's get it. Let's go.
Alright.
This man came prepared. This man came with a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, well, to go on to the Gregson one, like, he was actually my 3rd ranked character in the game, like, until the stuff with him. Like, I felt like he was just a detective that just told you straight up what the facts were. You know, I also like his idea that he owes a lot to Iris because I got a paycheck raise for him. Kind of deal, which I think is a really it's a fun way to add a more playful kind of mechanic to a more serious character kind of deal. So that's what I really enjoyed with him. Gregson's honestly probably one of my more favorite detectives in the series now. I really liked him, though I'm curious to see where he'll go in DGS 2, considering the ending of this game now. So
yeah.
I think a character that I liked more when I play the game.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, definitely. First time going through, I liked him enough. But he was alright. Going through it again, I just went, oh no, Gregson's more than alright.
Yeah, he's got good lines. Yeah. He's very much the fill-in detectives, even though this an actual detective. I guess. Tell me about the Lombard secret. I do love that thing of just like, what's it called?
And then
I still love that No, you go first.
You can go.
Okay, I still love that exchange once of just like, Inspector Gregson, can I ask you a question? I don't know, can you?
You tell me, buddy.
Like, yeah, this guy's got sass.
personally for me, what always helps, like, what always gives like detective like a personal boost for me is also the theme that's attached to them.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Greg's
I
theme
really-
is fantastic.
Yeah, I love Greg's theme. I like Greg's theme more than Sherlock's theme.
I think so too, honestly.
Yeah.
On that one.
I
I'll agree
like
with
I
Jason
like
on
his
that.
theme better personally, but
Same, but I also like pretty much in case 5 the highlight point is like this guy betrayed us. This guy
damn.
tried to seek us out, and that's like, when was the last time a detective done that? Oh,
No, yeah.
No, yeah. I mean,
ironically, he becomes a lot more memorable than Krogray. No offense, Krogray.
Yeah.
damn.
Grogray's just kind of there. I mean, he's on the box art, but
Yeah.
It's just more he works, but there's a lot more memorable.
I like him as a culprit a lot.
Yeah.
I like him as a culprit a lot personally, but
But yeah, but like the reason that I went to Gregson next is just because like Naruhodō, Susanoo, and Gregson fulfilled like the stereotypical Ace Attorney like the Ace Attorney role. You have the defense, the assistant, and the detective.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the next one would be prosecution.
I think this is one we can probably all agree on. I honestly think Fanseeks is one of the weaker parts of the game character-wise, I do think.
yeah.
I think the biggest thing is that you never meet him outside of trial. Like, you
Oh,
only,
yeah,
you
in-
only
Yeah.
meet him in court. Which
In
I
DGS
think-
1, he's an obstacle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an obstacle for the
Which is a shame because as a prosecutor, he's one of the better ones in terms of like
He does his
actually
job.
in terms of like actually doing his job and being an obstacle. I actually think that Van Zink fulfills that role quite well. But as a
problem is
character,
Yeah.
as a character, he's eh.
Yeah.
The most.
I
the
like
most
how he
inter-
doesn't take any of Gregson's shit in like case 5. It's just like, you can't do this. I don't give a fuck.
Like
Yeah.
the most interesting thing for me was the end of case 3 is like, oh, you know what? That's a legit good reason to not like Naruhodō, considering he got this guy free. It's
Again,
like,
that's
oh.
one of the reasons I think we should have met him outside of court to flesh that out a little bit more. Because
Yeah, like
in this game, he's just kind of this. He's just.
Yeah, he's an obstacle in
Yeah,
DGS
and
1
especially,
because other focuses.
I'll admit, I think both his whine and his whole racist side
Yeah.
of him just kind of they wore old very fast in the same way of like
Yeah.
the Franziska and Sanmari kind of way as well.
Naida.
Like, look,
Yeah.
I've been checking into the DGS fans, and there's some extreme mixed reception regarding
Yeah,
Fancy.
there is. Apparently, the Japanese fandom loves him. Apparently, apparently, like they love him over there. It's kind of weird.
He's a lot more mixed over here for
In
certain
Western fans.
things about
Yeah,
him.
in Western fans, he's more mixed. Japan loves him. Apparently.
Yeah, but yeah, I felt like honestly, he probably is my least favorite prosecutor just because there is so little of a character to him.
Yeah.
Honestly, throughout DGS 1.
Hmm.
And doesn't make me exactly excited that he's gonna be the prosecutor again in the sequel, but we'll see where it goes from there at that point.
Is that it?
So,
That's all I really got on Fanseeks, honestly. I don't got much
All
of
right.
it.
Yeah. Anyways.
All right, and now for the two characters that don't fit into the Ace Attorney roles, because these are honestly both wild cards. So
Yeah, I mean, we did already talk a little bit about Gina before, so I don't think we gotta go over her again. I mean,
Yeah.
I will.
Well, like Gina for me like slides more into like the role of a witness,
Yeah,
not
but-
witness, defendant.
Well, I would say she's one of the better ones for that in the series for me. I honestly ranked Gina in my top 3 for this game, and because I really like her character development, and I like, especially what you find out about the blackmail stuff. That really throws a wrench into the plan of. And she's just like, yeah, I have to keep lying, so how do I know you're not just gonna backstab me again? You know, like Magundo did.
Yeah, like Gina unfortunately goes through like a lot of.
She goes through a bunch of shit.
She does not have it good this game.
Yeah, she goes through a lot of nonsense.
must protect pickpocket. Well, I think like DGS 1 has a lot of good defendants for me. Like I like Saseki, Magundo is an interesting.
Yeah, he's very different defending because he actually did it.
Naruhodō.
Yeah, I mean Naruhodō. Saseki is like the main like legit standard Ace Attorney defendant. Basically, that's what Saseki purpose was to serve, and they say he's one of my favorite defendants. So
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, like, Gina, what makes Gina work is the fact that when you first meet Gina, and you see her attitude, it's like, you wouldn't be wrong to think that a lot of Gina's problems she brings her herself. But then when you get to case 5 and you realize everything that Gina actually went through in the behind the scenes, it makes you realize that none of this is actually her fault. She was just honestly the wrong place at the wrong. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
And she couldn't get out until it was solved.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, I really like Gina. I'm really looking forward to seeing where she goes in DGS 2 as well. So.
Alright, Iris!
I have it in my notes, I honestly think Iris is the best character in the whole game, like, for me.
Look at this sassy 10-year-old!
I was immediately intrigued by her. I love her first Logic Theater. I'll get into it later, but I bought her intelligence right away. I think she helps you out considerably throughout the entire game. For a while, I know Susato is your assistant, but I would also rank Iris as one of the best assistants in the series as well, for me. She was honestly the most entertaining character in the game for me by far, and I'm intrigued to see where the Watson stuff goes, later on, since that's a thread that's, like, hanging in there right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Midley Case 5 really makes me want more Naruhodō and Iris thing, so it's like, yeah. Really was like, ooh, this lawyer and his sassy 10-year-old. I also laughed at the fact, like, who brings a 10-year-old to a crime scene and looks at Phoenix?
It's like, yeah, you do it all the time, you fool.
That's all the time. I also really enjoy how all of the Sherlock Holmes stories written by her, and they actually they use that to the conclusion of she's responsible for Gregson's clout and he's fully aware of it.
Yeah. I like all the actual legit Sherlock Holmes stories that actually happen are the ones that she's writing.
Yeah.
Well, the one where the snake fucking did it.
Look, the cat is not that interesting. Let's go for the snake.
The snake did it. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean that's wrong? I know it was wrong. It was just more interesting to say the snake did it. You're like, I respect that decision. You know it was wrong, but you did it because it was. Wait, you did it because it was more
for the entertainment value.
Also, every single time Racine plays, I just cannot unsee Iris being the one-man band. It's just going around playing her theme with like the giant drum on her chest, and all the instruments strapped to her. It was like Sherlock just like, Iris, would you cut that out? No, I love it.
I think the joke in the Nick of the LP is like whenever the deductions happens, Iris is just putting
Iris
like
has the beatbox. Iris has the beatbox.
Yeah.
Or like the music box.
Music box. Yeah.
I see. So I think now the biggest one, Sherlock.
We're definitely gonna have the biggest difference of opinion on this.
Wow,
one,
I can't believe you forgot the original chat,
well,
Jason.
okay, should we talk about Sogi first?
Yeah, let's.
You know what? You're right. I forgot about Sogi.
Jason!
I'll tell you when because he doesn't fan to he doesn't fan to your Ace Attorney roll things.
This feeds into my thing on Case 2, but I've really, really enjoyed Asogi's character for this game. I think he's developed so much in Case 1, to the point. I love that he was just a no bullshit defense attorney on that. I really enjoyed his friendship with Naruhodō into there, and I just wish they did more with it. I'll get more into that on my overall thoughts when we go through after we're done with the individual characters. But yeah, I really enjoyed Asogi. I just wish he was able to stick around longer, because I think that was kind of wasted in my opinion.
I love Asogi in Case 1.
He's even in Case 1, he's still one of the most favorite Ace Attorney characters.
Yeah, even before, yeah.
It says something that at the DGS one came out, Asogi just left that much of an impression on the fans.
It's insane. Like most more popular Ace Attorney characters according to a poll. I was like, what the hell, guys?
Yeah.
It's always the hot confident guy.
Yeah, and I also really like his interaction with Naruhodō because you can you hear this they're best friends. You can tell straight man and the dork.
Camaraderie.
I also don't think this is a spoiler. I also love the reason, how they became friends.
Oh yeah, it's in a
Oh,
it's in like a
great.
little quick DLC thing.
Ah, okay.
So,
Yeah.
It's very minor. It's just for fluff.
It
Very
really
funny.
says something that even like Asogi's the badass Chad, yet his death is like memed in heck in the.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of
I mean, don't we
funny.
do that with Danganronpa deaths and stuff like that, you know?
Well,
Yeah.
even worse, because everything could have been avoided if Asogi just ate that goddamn chicken.
That feeling, yeah.
So
He hates
if you
chicken.
would have just eaten your McDonald's,
You had your chicken nuggets, you wouldn't
course
have
he
been
hates
daddy.
Naruhodō comes back. All right, I'm back from McDonald's. I got 2 chicken nuggets. No. What do you mean no? I don't want chicken nuggets. I wanted a burger. They were out of burgers, so I had to get the chicken nuggets. No, I will not eat chicken nuggets. I will just eat the French fries. Sogi, you don't eat your nuggets. You're gonna be hungry tonight. Let me go hungry. I will not eat the chicken. And well,
Alright. So,
the rest was history.
anything else we got on Sogi before we move on to him?
I enjoyed the fact that Asogi carries around his own fan. Because he also, his headband's always
His headband never stops flowing through the wind.
He has the same outfit as Naruhodō, but that headband though.
That headband. Oh, and I guess like this is going back a bit into the designs. I really enjoyed like the designs of these characters, particularly the small touches that between like Asogi and Naruhodō. Because this is one of the reasons why I really like Case 1, is that through the designs and animation, you could totally tell like who is clearly experienced and who's
Who's
the
newbie that wants nothing to do with this?
Yeah, because Asogi's headband blowing in the wind is silly, but it's also it also really cool, and it gives him a cool air about him, as well as like consider the fact that he's technically still a student. So he's like he wears the armband around him, something that Naruhodō doesn't have. And then again, to add to his to his coolness factor, he just carries around a sword with him everywhere he goes. He was even going to take it to him when he went to England.
Yeah, karma. That's a cool name.
Yeah.
I'm at least grateful that at least Sogi has some sort of effect with Naruhodo's development, like, and the fact that there is some sort of mystery going on with the name there. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, there's
That'll
something
be
still
continued for
there.
later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even down to like Asogi's animation, like his death bang animation is just a karate chop.
Yeah.
Which I did like that Naruhodō basically
The took with his fist slam.
did it in Case 5. I noticed that right away on that.
Alright, are we ready for the British Chad?
Alright, you guys go first on this one. 'Cause-
Wait, hold on. Pat, you go first.
Okay.
Oh.
Alright, you want to get a little controversial, right? Sorry, alright, fine.
No, I'm just typing in chat right now. I want to talk to this person, so you're going ahead, whatever.
I will definitely say he is the major character in the cast that didn't click for me, unfortunately. Because I think this is also a problem of Case 2. I don't think Case 2 does a good job introducing him at all. I never once bought the fact that he was this great detective, that he was incredibly smart. You literally have a gameplay mechanic where you prove him wrong every time. And I
Did I say correct? Correct is the right word.
Man.
Like I just corrected you.
Except,
Okay.
you know, he gets literally the entire case wrong each and every time, so, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of because the joke behind the reason is the fact that what he's actually said is right technically to the Sherlock Holmes cases.
Yeah,
That
but
is
in these cases it's straight up wrong, so
Yeah,
it
I'm
is.
sorry,
But-
no, that he's wrong at that
Yeah,
point.
he is wrong. Your point?
Yeah, that he's not a great detective. That's my point. And plus,
Yeah.
he can't even. If we're supposed to get this idea of that he has these great senses of deductions, literally, Susato pointed out that his violin was not even a violin, and she's never even seen that instrument before. So what's Holmes's excuse at that point?
Yeah.
Like, great detective my ass. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. So, honestly, Holmes was probably one of my least favorite characters. And plus, I think he honestly just got on my nerves throughout the entire game. I was kind of feeling what Naruhodō was feeling throughout the entire game, too. Iris, I bought the intellect right away. I never did with Holmes on that.
Well, I guess when it comes to Sherlock, it's more depends on the general what your preference is in, because most people tend to like Holmes's theatrics.
Yeah.
It's more like going out of nowhere, his bombastic randomness kind of
If
deal.
he was actually able to be right on his deductions, I think that would be more endearing. But for me, no, he never was on that point. It didn't click for me, honestly, with Holmes.
Because I think whenever I see Holmes, I had this feeling like he's playing up more of this antic side, and there's it's like he has something in there which kind of doesn't come up until around like case 5 kind of deal, when he does the whole thing with the reliquary and stuff.
Okay, so personally for me, when it comes to like Sherlock Holmes' whole thing as a character, and the reason why I click with him because I click with him so much is I personally think that you can honestly make a pretty strong case that Sherlock Holmes has ADHD.
Oh yeah, he's clearly neurodivergent.
Yeah.
Very clearly.
Yeah. And because from everything that he says and does. From the way he interacts with people, the way that he actually goes about the crime scene, even all the way down to his deductions and the way that he gets to those, and the way that he gets to those deductions. Like Sherlock is very, it's a very impulsive person who hyper focuses on anything that catches his interest at the time, and his interest will always be in the next case. And as far as his deductions go, the thing with Sherlock that I caught on is the fact that first time through that he was wrong, but once Naruhodō usually pointed him in the right direction, and got him to focus on something else, that's when Sherlock would always go down the right road. So I never saw what they were doing as a form of here's what really happened. It was more of a form of they saw where he was going. They saw where he was going. He just didn't connect the lines right. So they had to help. So they had to help connect the lines. So they had to help connect the lines for him.
A dispute over an adultery thing he mistaked for a goddamn lion attack. You know.
Yeah, and that was really funny. I love that.
I will admit it was a funny one, but it also kind of proved to me it's just like, wow, you were just way off the fucking mark, Sherlock. Like,
yeah, and I love that.
yeah, you know what? That's why I actually really like it.
I love that. It's entertaining. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Again, if they actually made me buy the fact that he was smart, then I would allow that. But for me, I never got that feeling throughout the entire game.
I think I got the better explanation on this, but I can tell. I have a good idea. I can tell when Holmes was being sporadic and when he's being serious. Most example is the conversation he had with Naruhodō in Case 4, where he's actually get real.
He talks about the darkness,
I get that. I get that one, and that's more of like a moral compass kind of deal. I just never bought his intelligence as a detective, though. That was my big thing. Honestly, that's why I actually preferred Gregson, because it felt like Gregson actually did his goddamn job, you know.
Well, that was also because that's also because Sherlock is not the detective of
I know, but he should be able to be one.
Sherlock is the wild card. He's the one that comes in and makes makes all the noise. He'll do his logic theater if there is one to do, because I only think he does it 3 times.
He does it 4
4
deductions in the game. 4 in the game.
Every case after case 2 on.
Case
Okay.
case one. After case one, there's deductions in each.
Yeah.
No, am I saying no? There isn't. Whatever.
Oh,
But like Iris gets 1, Sherlock gets 3.
No, he gets 4.
well,
Yeah, I get
well, it's hard to talk with Holmes because he definitely feels like a character where you kind of have to go more deep into him. He's not like on the
I love
surface
thinking
kind
about his
of.
character a lot and thinking about his
Yeah.
actions. I love doing that so much.
He's a lot more of like the more you just think about the guy, like what's he actually thinking in that.
I love interpreting his actions.
Sherlock is really
Yeah.
hard to talk about just because it is entirely the stuff that he actually does in DGS 2 that really opens that
I think
that-
that might be
wait,
where
But
he-
even then, before then, I knew I loved this guy.
DGS
Well,
2 will definitely have to do
yeah.
some work for me.
I
on
feel
that
like
one.
this is as far as we can go with Sherlock right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love this guy.
Yeah, but as far as like DGS 1 Sherlock, I just really enjoyed the show. I just really enjoyed the showmanship because I just knew that when Sherlock's on screen, I'm never going to get bored. I'm never going to get
I love him.
yeah, because Sherlock always brings the bombastic, impulsive fun. Like
I
a-
really and endearing.
Like in case 5, where he was just depressed for 20 minutes.
She's in the middle of war whether to die or not. Jeez.
And then when you get put to the part, he's sitting in his corner. And the most
Don't talk to me.
Don't talk to me. It just shuts you down immediately. Like, don't talk to me. I'm angry.
Okay. Alright.
So, I guess now that we've gone over all the characters, is it my time to get all my notes going?
Alright.
Alright.
Okay, so I had a definitely interesting experience with DGS 1 because I felt the game started on such a high note with Case 1. Like, easily my favorite Case 1 in the series now, hands down.
Oh, agreed.
Yeah.
It's the best case.
My favorite case one.
And I was wondering where Case 5 was going to go because I immediately solved the murder pretty fast on that one. But where it actually escalated to and the final product, I really enjoyed Case 5 as well. I just wish the journey from beginning to end was more consistent and fun throughout because I was having a hard time describing it last time, and that's why I wanted to keep in the notes. And I think I finally figured out what was the weird thing for me. I love the character interactions. I really like this cast. I personally feel, though, anytime this game has to be an Ace Attorney game is when it really starts to crumble for me. Like, let me put it like this. Court is my least favorite part of the game. Like, honestly. And that's a really weird sentence for me to say for Ace Attorney on that. Because I think a lot of it comes down to gameplay on that part, which is maybe one of the difference when you're seeing it as opposed to playing it. Because I think this game, in particular, really wants you to press on everything because of the multiple people where you need to get the extra testimony, and then you press that again, and then that usually continues on. Or when you are doing the jury ones, you have to press them to get more information, so then you can do the contradiction stuff. Because I felt like there were very little contradictions that you actually had to do throughout the game. It was mostly on pressing. Where I felt like in other Ace Attorney games, even if you knew the contradiction right away, you could go right for it, and if you did, that felt incredible. Because I felt like this game, you had to just kind of keep poking over and over and over and over, which I think kills the pacing on a lot of cases, especially on Case 2 and 4 in particular. I think have a really bad problem with that in particular. Plus, I'll admit, I'm not a big fan of either Jury or Logic Theater. Logic Theater, for the reasons I say with Holmes before, because I personally think it harms his character a lot for me on that. The other reason for that is that it kind of leads into, I think DGS 1 is probably one of the easiest games in the series. Like,
it is.
Oh, it is.
Because especially with Logic Theater, it's
always obvious.
Yeah, it's always obvious. So definitely by a point, especially around Case 5, I was like, why am I still doing it? Like, if the contradiction is this easy to find, kind of deal, I always felt like it always felt like it was just kind of dragging the investigation out for a long time. And in the jury system, I actually really liked the idea where they were going for it in Case 3, of like, okay, so this seems like an interesting way of like expanding on it. However, I felt like it kind of got worse every case it went along, because you just blatantly saw how they were just human evidence that were only there because otherwise the trial wouldn't work otherwise. The most blatant being in case 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's the most blatant of it, hands down.
I prefer them when they're actually doing like the whole closing argument, not when they're
When they pick up on what the what the witnesses say, when they're able to pick up on that.
It's like, oh, I know this guy. Really?
Yeah, especially like when they start doing like as soon as they start casting like one guilty vote, like you already know. Okay, so it's gonna
time for closing argument. Yeah.
Like at that point, it's like okay. That's why, especially in case 5, I was starting to kind of speed for the dialogue. Okay, yeah, like I know this song and dance. Let's get a move on. At that point, and let me pull up the rest of my list in here. I also feel like these cases are really simple. Like, even more simple than Ace Attorney 1. I was pretty much able to figure out how every murder went down at least halfway through at that point, which made the second half of a lot of the trials feel really tame, and especially, I feel like there's a real lack of escalation throughout the trial. I forget what Prankster or Jojo that said it in chat one session, but I remember them saying that it feels like you are always at a disadvantage in court, like, all the time. Even when you present your final piece of evidence, like, you're kind of like, oh, wait, the trial's over? What? Like, that's it? Like, you never get that contradictions don't feel that satisfying in this game to really land, because you're immediately put back into your place, while the other Ace Attorney games would let that ride out for a little bit more to make it feel like you were getting progress. I think part of that might be of the switch of structure between a like 2 or 3 day trial to a 1 day trial at that point, because usually the first trial you would be like trying to prove that your client like the possibility that your client is innocent at that point, which you were basically scraping by your teeth at that point. Then trial 2 was trying to prove that the other person did it at that point, which was where that real big rush of adrenaline kicks in. I didn't get that again. I only got that during case 1 and case 5 throughout this game. Which I think this game is also lacking in case variety for me, because when I look at all the cases, all the plot important ones, case 2, case 3, and case 5, are all locker room scenarios.
Yep, yeah, I know it's that too. I know it's that too. When I was down there thinking about it, I just went, wait a minute.
Yeah, they are all locked rooms.
Locked room, locked room, locked room, locked room.
Which I think definitely helped, which I think is really kind of getting to this feeling where I was like, a lot of these cases are feeling very samey throughout the entire game, because once you do one locker room, you kind of know what you're getting into, especially that it kept doing it so frequently. The only one, I felt like Case 5 was the only one to kind of handle it in a more interesting way for me, on that one. But, yeah. Going into there, more. I think the other thing with the jury system that I wasn't a big fan of was that it felt, I wish the jury got involved more, because they really are a hive mind throughout there when they're not just being a human piece of evidence. Because, like, if you're gonna have them up there with the judge, I think they should participate in there a little bit more, of, like, getting involved in, like, cross-examinations or stuff like that. Pointing stuff out more. Because they'd feel fair, honestly. I don't feel like it's an enhancement of the Ace Attorney formula for me.
Alright.
The, other things of, like, Jason brought this up in Case 1. Cause, like, one of the reasons I really love Case 1 is that they really take advantage of that, time frame. The place of time, because that's a case that can only happen at that point. With, involving other medicine and stuff like that.
The poison.
Yeah. I felt like no other real case got to take advantage of that, which I think really also leaned into the cases feeling very just, they're there, honestly. For me, even in Case 5, for that, because Case 5's only, Case 5 kind of goes against that with the people, idea, which I think did kind of devalue the case a little, I'm not gonna lie. On that one, going through all of my other ones, yeah. Yeah, like, I just don't think the jury system or the the jury system or logic theater are as interesting as, say, like Cyclops or Mood Matrix in other games, because it was definitely, oh, okay, it's time for this. I don't feel like they ever actually enhanced the investigation or trial for me on that.
Alright.
Let's see. What were
I think Logic is the biggest surprise that you didn't end up liking as much.
I think it's one of that. I didn't enjoy Holmes as a character, which I think definitely hurt that, and I think they honestly get easier as the game went on, so it never felt like it was actually progressing in the mechanic. It felt like it was going backwards throughout the game on that, which especially as a reviewer for me, I'm like, I want to see those mechanics fleshed out more. Oh, as you're getting better at the game, I want the game to start challenging that more, and it felt like it got easier as the game went on, for me. I also don't like how this game, I get that it wants you to investigate the different items more, which I do think is a cool mechanic, but I think it does it a little too much. Because there was definitely, especially in around case 5, it's like, okay, I gotta inspect like literally every single piece of evidence on here, and it's kind of iffy if it actually needs to report the change in the evidence before you can present it, or if you have to do it again, like we did with the music box, sort of deal. Yeah, like, and I just think the actual cases themselves are not that great. I really enjoy 1, and I enjoyed the later half of Case 5. I think those are the high points of the game, and 3, I think on repeat is going to be better. I think just 3 on the first time is okay. But even then, I still feel like Trials and Tribulations was able to do a similar case in its Case 1, but still be a more interesting base case even without the knowledge that you had in the previous games. I think, honestly, my biggest thing, like, when I was getting to that Ace Attorney, like, that I think this game is just not as fun when it's being an Ace Attorney game. Like, I think it honestly should have kind of been its own series, honestly, instead of being Ace Attorney, to be tied down to a lot of problems. I think it really annoys me when Ace Attorney 1 is consistent throughout the entire game. I think every case in that game is great, honestly, which I think keeps the momentum going. This game, it's so all over the place for me, especially going Case 1 to Case 2, because Case 2 is easily the low point of the entire game for me, hands down. Because I think it's way too similar of, you get charged for murder in the first case, you get charged for murder again in the second case, which feels a little too familiar for me, especially, you want to talk about familiar, how about we kill your mentor right away at the beginning of the game like we did in Ace Attorney 1, and then we also have a goodbye scene, basically exactly like Ace Attorney 1 at the very end of this game. Like, for me, I couldn't help but look at those moments and be like, really? We're doing it again? You want to be a new start, and we're still doing what the original Ace Attorney did? It especially annoys me in Case 2, because you couldn't go even 2 cases in this new series without doing that. And especially on Case 2, I figured it out right away. Wait, the characters aren't compelling. I think the pacing is not that good on there. And especially, I think Asogi got totally wasted on that case. I think a character that should have stayed around for much longer. And honestly, I feel like his death doesn't really mean that much, especially compared to Mia. Mia was...
I got mostly hit by it personally, more than Mia.
Even though Asogi, I think, is more of a developed character, I don't think his death means nearly as much as Mia. And Mia is not really dead, like, at that point. Like, let's be real, because of the whole spirit medium stuff, which I think is even more glaring to me that, like, wow, Asogi really didn't mean much, honestly, to me at that point. So, I'm left in a really weird state when it comes to DGS as a whole, because I think gameplay-wise, this game really is a step back for me in a lot of ways, especially compared to Ace Attorney 1, because I think that's the most fair comparison, honestly, of the start of another series, and I don't think it does nearly as good of a job, especially when I was saying I get up the overall structure of the game of how, you know, everything ties in at the end, and it ties to DGS too. but I think you also need to be a fulfilling game on its own, and I didn't get that as much from this. I was telling ED, like, I was ready to honestly, after Case 4, if we weren't streaming the game, I think I honestly would have put the game down. And, like, that means I wouldn't get Case 5 at all at that point. And that, to me, is a major problem, because that has not happened with me in an Ace Attorney game before. Even through Apollo Justice, I still kept going on that one. And that's my least favorite game in the series on that point. So, I am left in a very weird state on DGS as a whole. I think DGS 2 will be a better game based on the stuff that I'm seeing in here. But DGS 1, as a standalone game, I just don't think holds up to the rest of the series, in my opinion. Yeah, that's most of my notes on that, so...
I was listening to Coconut Mall. Can you repeat that again?
You know what?
No, I heard everything.
Honestly, I can understand where you're going at, since I do admit most of the charm for DGS me is more story-wise than gameplay-wise. So
same.
Oh, yeah.
I think the biggest problem for me is that Ace Attorney 1 was able to do both just fine. So the fact that I wasn't getting that from DGS 1, like, it's really glaring to me in comparison on that.
I love the story a lot more in DGS 1, personally.
Yeah.
I think what makes DGS 1, I guess, as a whole package works for me is I think I'm not sure how cheesy this is going to sound, but it came at the right time. DGS came at a time where I really needed something like that. So going through that whole experience with the first game was really fulfilling, because by that point I was coming off of Spirit of Justice, I was coming off Investigations 2, and I was really feeling the drag in Investigations 2, and for Ace Attorney, I really felt like I needed something different, and so when my curiosity finally peaked for DGS, I went into to DGS, and I just didn't stop until I hit the end of the playlist.
I think that's my problem. Is that I'm definitely the odd one out for our group. That I'm not really that tired of the modern Ace Attorney stuff, especially like if you can, as long as you keep giving me interesting cases, you know, I'm good. Like, that's one of the reasons I love this series so much, and I didn't really get that this time. If anything, I think it's a big step back, and honestly, I think I played Ace Attorney 1 through 6, and this game, I still gotta play a lot of the spin-offs and stuff like that, but I would probably rank this as my second least favorite game in the series, next to Apollo Justice, honestly, for me.
Okay.
Like, I feel like I'm gonna enjoy DGS 2 more, but I can't look at it as a bigger picture. I gotta look at it as an individual game, and I don't think it does nearly as good of a job, especially compared to Ace Attorney 1.
Well, if we're comparing DGS to like Apollo Justice, then I would still rather play DGS over Apollo Justice.
Oh, I rank it above Apollo Justice. Apollo Justice is a game I actively hate and I do not want to ever play again. Like,
getting mad thinking about it.
Like, I just felt more meh throughout DGS than anything for me, except for Case 1 and 5, where I felt like they did a better job on that.
What do you think about the music, Ben?
I like it. I'm not in love with it. I'll just say that. There's tracks I really like. I like the Allegro theme, Iris's theme, Hull's theme, Asogi's theme. I think it runs into the same problem as Spirit of Justice for me, where I think like certain tracks are played way too much for me, and especially with the instrumentation, I actually have a hard time trying to tell when a new track is playing and stuff like that. For me, so yeah, I enjoy it, but not one of my faves, soundtrack wise.
'Cause I put in a question in one of our DGS discords just to see the general consensus of how they rank DGS 1 separately as DGS 2, like before ever playing that game, and they still ranked it pretty highly.
Yeah, they still liked it a lot. I mean, of course, they're DGS
I mean-
fans. They mean they like the first game?
Yeah, well, like that's more so because I'm really interesting once the second game's translation comes out and this game becomes a lot more easier to access, just to see the full general consensus around the Ace Attorney fandom and not a more niche group wide.
Because when I was done with both DGS games, and I just went like spelunking for what people thought about DGS, I remember when people were comparing DGS 2, and what I found was that they were comparing it to the Ace Attorney games. They were comparing it to investigations. So like from the Ace Attorney spin-off games, like which franchise do people prefer more, investigations or DGS? I found like the actual consensus were split down the middle. Some people like the investigation games more. Other people like the DGS games more. For those people who actually experienced DGS 1 and 2.
Let's see.
I know that conversation will probably open up more once DGS 2 is fully done.
Yeah.
And more people have access to it.
Yeah, so I would say my ranking of the series at this point for me would be Trials and Tribulations, still my favorite game, untouched at this point. Then Ace Attorney 1, then Spirit of Justice, Justice for All, Dual Destinies, DGS 1, and Apollo Justice at the bottom would be probably my ranking for the series now at this point.
I know from the general consensus, even though they're really closely tied games, I know that that according to some fandom, there's a huge improvement with DGS 2 in terms of that. So that's why I'm really interested what you're going to think about that.
I have a feeling with what this game is setting up for the next game, I think I'm gonna enjoy that game a lot more. I just kind of got a feeling, based on everything I'm hearing.
To answer your question, the Foz.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still a while to go for DGS 2.
I figure late 2021 or early 2022. That's my estimation.
Yeah, so in that time, like if we head back to Ace Attorney before, then it will be Investigations 1 that we do during that point. But I'm gonna be real. I think we're gonna take a break from visual novels after this for a while, because especially we did Danganronpa 2 last year, and then this year we did both V3 and DGS. I'm a little burnt out at this point, so
Fair.
I think the next bigger series thing that we're gonna probably be doing is a Layton, since I do want to get to the crossover game at some point, and I haven't really played through the Layton game, so.
Oh, is it my time? Can I tear Professor Layton 1 apart?
Oh, you played Professor Layton 1, Jason? I thought you
okay, alright. I didn't know who besides DD played it.
I have played 1 and 2. I will
You never played 3?
I've never played 3.
I usually hear 3's like the fan favorite out of all
Yeah,
of
3
them.
is the fan favorite.
Is that on one?
Oh no! I guess
Okay.
Professor Layton 1 doesn't really it has the unfair advantage. This is the latest series had the unfair advantage of me and my grandmother played Layton 2 because that was the first Layton game that we played, and I was like, man, I like Layton 2. Let's go back to the first one. That was a terrible mistake. That was a horrible mistake.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, I see all the changes they made to make this a better experience. Oh, I see all the holes. I don't like it. Oh no.
It'll be interesting for me because I have never touched a Layton game before, so
I'm going into Layton blind as well. Aside from certain things, I know because
I will say this. Unfortunately, I basically know everything that happens in Unwound Future at that point.
I will say when it comes to the Layton franchise, I guess just to temper this, don't think about the difficulty because ultimately Layton franchise it's still like one giant puzzle game. And the difficulty of the game would change sporadically depending on if you how long it takes you to solve a puzzle.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like with Ace Attorney. Sometimes some of the cases are just like because if your
Actually,
logic,
love
if your
puzzles are
logic
very
doesn't mesh
different.
with them, like oh boy.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. And there are some puzzles you'll be able to be like, I solved that one in 5 minutes. Other puzzles, 2 hours later.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do?
Entire stream dedicated to one puzzle.
You're gonna make me look dumb? Jesus.
What do you have to do? It's just like, you know what you must do. Open the guard. No! I'm not weak! I'm
Here's a
not.
fucking hand coin, you idiot.
Oh, my hand coin.
I am interested to see after playing DGS how I will feel about the crossover because I know so many things from DGS came from that crossover. So
Read it by Takumi as well.
yeah,
I wish the hit coin system that was in the crossover actually made it over to Ace Attorney proper.
like how is it handled in that game in particular?
You use hand coins, it gets rid of some evidence or tells you the statement. It is.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Knowing DGS 2 is both a blessing and the curse, just because I have to wait.
It's a blessing. It's a blessing if I ever had one.
I have to wait an entire 2 more years to say
You
anything.
can find
regarding
someone
it.
else. God damn it, that's what I've been
I
doing.
want to draw fan art, dang it.
Just make a separate account.
But yeah, I do want to stress I did have fun with the playthrough. Like making sure of that. Like I did really enjoy our time throughout this one.
No, Patrick, you hated it. You hated it. You hated your time with it. You dragged us through the mud to tell us that DGS 1 sucks. I hate it. Our friendship is now forever ruined. It was built upon the foundation of just one opinion, and until life was mine, to the garbage bin.
Yeah.
I hate you. Everything you stand for.
Yep. I think that about wraps us up for this playthrough. So yeah. One of our longer ones is still this is like 16 sessions. I think this one in total.
Yeah.
So yeah. Let's see. Is there anybody else streaming DGS 1 right now that we can raid? Currently. Also, again, want to mention Scarlet's. Oh no, we are literally the only DGS stream right now. All right.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, what's that? We're the only DGS stream.
I saw what DGS stream.
Not surprised.
Let's see who else is streaming right now. Oh, Dan is, so we'll go right Dan. I don't really know of a raid message for this one.
Hashtag the DGS secret.
Hashtag DGS secret, alright.
Yeah.
Do you know the DGS secret? The DGS secret? The DGS secret. Yes, I know the DGS secret. What you need to help us for? Well, he told me the DGS secret. The DGS secret?
The DGS secret!
About the
DGS secret. Alright. Thank you for the journey, everyone. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.